My backup recording. And we'll be ready to go. Okay, we are ready, sir.
Okay, good morning. I'm calling to order the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing for Thursday, April 24th, 2025. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the Special Magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's hearing. Before we get started, please silence your cell phones so they don't interrupt our proceedings, and that will be appreciated. And then I have the city's code enforcement officers standing behind me, and I'm going to swear them in. But if you're also going to be speaking to me about any of the items on our agenda today, I need your testimony to be sworn as well. So I need to place you under oath. I'll do that for everybody at the same time. If you all please stand, raise your right hands. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony in today's hearings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can all have a seat. Are we going in order of the sign-in sheet, or do you have any things to take? Okay, so we're going to take the cases first in the order that y'all signed in on the sign-in sheet. When your case is called, please come up to the podium that's right in front of me. The way I'll proceed with each case is that I'll first hear from the city. Expect that there will be testimony from the code enforcement officers regarding the alleged violations. The city usually has a evidentiary case file that also contains photographs, documents such as the notices that you may have received and the proof of service, and if there's any other email correspondence that may have occurred along the way, that type of thing. That file will be here. If you would like to review it, you may do so. Just let me know, and I'll be happy to give you that file to review. Once the city has concluded its presentation and made any recommendations to me on how it believes the case should be handled, I will then come to you. It'll be your opportunity to ask any questions that you have, or simply tell me about what's going on with the case from your point of view. In the event that you brought additional documents or photographs that you would like me to consider, that will be the time to produce those. And once I have reviewed everything and heard everything from everybody about the case, in all likelihood this morning, I will enter an order that resolves the matter. So that's how we will proceed, and let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, we're going to go to page 2 of the agenda. Actually, it's going to be pages 2 and 3, items number 8 and 9. Case number 20-2701 is a public request for a lien reduction at 1222 South N Street. Property owner is Antonio and Caridad Pineda, Officer Turek. And then on page 3, item 9 is case number 22-424. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 1222 South N Street. Property owners are Antonio and Caridad Pineda, Officer Turek.
City of Lake Worth Beach Code Enforcement. Alex Turek. The address, case number, and owner's name has already been read into the record. Sections 2-69.31 Code of Ordinance allows for the lien reduction by the special magistrate. The total lien amount for this case is $165,000. The city has reduced it to $33,000, and it is payable by May 26, 2025. Do you want me to proceed with the second case?
When you say is this an agreement on the reduced amount?
No stipulated agreement.
So your recommendation is
It's a recommendation.
33. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and tell me about the other.
Okay, so the second case has the 22-424 that's already been read into the record and is also allowed for a lien reduction by you, the special magistrate, has a total of $66,450, and the property is a repeat. So the city is not inclined to reduce this lien any further and is payable by May 26, 2025.
Is the case ending in 2701, is that what makes the case ending in 0424 repeat?
No, the repeat is in the files.
Okay, so that's not that these are just,
No.
they're not related
No.
cases, but the one is a repeat. Got it. Okay. Anything else from the city before I
have
hear from the
a-
applicant?
I have the affidavit there for this, for the daughter to speak.
Yeah, I saw.
It's
Have the
in the
designation
file.
of agent.
Yes.
You're Miss Pineda? Go ahead and put your full name and address into the record, and then I'll be happy to hear from you, ma'am.
My name is Madeline Pineda,
Yes, ma'am.
daughter of Antonio and Carida Pineda.
Okay,
you.
floor is yours. Tell me about the request, what you're
Okay,
asking
I'm
for.
requesting for all the needs to be reducted, please. My parents are both very ill. They've been sick for the last 7 years. Okay, they're incapacitated, both of them. Father has dementia and Alzheimer's, and my mom is bedridden at the moment. That's why they couldn't keep up with any codes or anything. Before they did, well, they were fine, but then as their health got deteriorated, they couldn't anymore. So I suggested them to go ahead and sell the home. And that's what they're doing now. And we have a seller that he was kind enough to go ahead to fix all of the everything that was wrong with the property, and went ahead and fixed it. And he's also willing to pay the minimum of however it is for the fines. The new owner to be.
You say they're trying to sell it, or
They're already sold. Yeah, they're already into the.
like under contract
Yes.
at this point?
Mhm.
Just a second here. Just looking in the code, I can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe you can tell me, the criteria that I'm supposed to consider in making these decisions. I know there's the statutory criteria that talk about if it's a repeat offense, if the severity of the violation, and are there other things in the city's code? I'm trying to decide if the testimony that I've just received is something that I can consider, or if it's outside of what the code allows me to consider.
I will pull it up and make sure that we're both reading the right thing.
Oh, here we go. I think I found it. 2-69.3.1. Yeah. Well, it says any other matters suggesting that the lien reduction is in the best interest of the city. So that's sort of a fourth criteria besides the statutory criteria. And then my hard reduction amount that is no more than 90%. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. On the without doing the math, it appears the 100 of the the $165,000 lien, the 33 that the city is suggesting is 20%.
That's correct.
And you're recommending no reduction on the other because it's a repeat violation.
That's correct.
Thank you. When is the closing scheduled for
Not
the?
yet until we fix this situation. We can't put a closing date. No, I'm not understanding something
Go
about
ahead.
the repeat violations. What is that supposed to, what? Because I just learned about this yesterday.
The repeat violation is the same violation that's happened a second time. If you've already gone to court for it and it happened a second time, so that makes it a repeat violation. And the repeat violation starts the moment it's seen until it's corrected.
What was the repeat? What was the nature of the violation?
The repeat is, it's in the file, sir.
I'll let you take a look.
Okay.
Tell me what it was.
General requirements, 2-7562 and residential fence hedge, 23.4-4. So those two had been, written up in the previous case and, repaired, and then it happened again. And then it was complied, and, I'm not sure how many days that ran, but but that's why, no reduction, 66,450. It is. It is. I didn't know I was supposed to.
And it is under contract.
Special magistrate.
And you said it is.
Hello?
Yes. Well, there you are. Sorry. I thought I heard a voice over here.
Londa Bryan, City of Lake Worth Beach. This property is homesteaded, so you can go lower than the 10% if that's your discretion.
And I was pulling up the current property appraiser's information to look at that as well. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
My parents are under my care at my home. There is no one residing at the property at the moment. Just wanted to bring that out.
It's unoccupied right now.
Yes.
Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do based on everything that I've heard in this case. And also so that the record is clear, I have reviewed the current property appraiser information on this property that shows based on property appraiser data, the market value, land value, improvement value, and the assessed value. So I've looked at all those numbers as well. So based on my review of the testimony, the evidence, and let's see. So in the case ending in 2701, that's agenda item number 8. Make sure I get these straight. That is the one that the lien is $165,000. Okay, I'm going to. I'm going to reduce that one to $15,000. The other case ending in 0424, I'm going to reduce that lien to $10,000. So it's a total of $25,000 for both cases together. I will give 180 days to pay that. That should give you plenty of time to close on the property and take whatever comes out of that sale based on the values I'm seeing, and pay that lien. If it's not paid within the 6 months, it will revert back to the full amount.
Can
Okay.
we, date certain of November 28th?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Eunice.
much. Yep.
Okay, we're going to go to page 9 of the agenda, item 34, case number 25-232, property address of 330 South J Street. Property owner is Lake Worth 330 LLC. Officer Bryant.
Morning. Morning. Thank you.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 2/7/2025 as a field observation. The existing violations of the property are 2-75.6.2 general requirements. Please repair all damaged and rotten wood of property to include soffit and window frames. Permit may be needed. Please remove all chipping and peeling paint from all areas of property to include fascia and exterior walls of property and paint as needed. Please repair or remove damaged lamppost in the front of property. Please replace broken light bulb of lamppost in the front of property. Please repair broken light fixture of unit 714. Please repair damaged / unlevel concrete of driveway 714. 14-32 for business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Lake Worth 330 LLC. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Lake Worth 330 LLC. 2-75.9 landscape debris. Maintain all landscaping to minimize property damage and public safety hazards, including removal of dead or decaying plant material. 23.4-4 fences, walls, and gates. Please remove / repair damaged wooden fence and chain link fence in the rear of property of unit 714. Permit will be needed for repairs / replacements of over 16 feet. The formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/18/2025. Certified mail received on 3/25/2025. Posted at property at City Hall 3/3/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025, found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation time is May 28th, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by May 28th, 2025.
Prior to today, you have not complied any of the violations.
Nope.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. You can put your name on the record and then the floor is yours.
Erica Bertolotti and Julia and I spoke earlier. I'm good with the 30 days. I'll call her in 2 weeks once the repairs are done.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation of site and grant the relief requested by the city.
Letisa. Page 6 of the agenda. Item number 21, case number 24-2545. This is a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 1008 Fifth Avenue North. Property owner is Jennifer Kim. Officer Dale.
Officer Letisa Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. The owner is requesting a first extension of time, requesting compliance by October 28, 2025. This case was initiated as an internal license complaint on November 26, 2024. A notice of violation was issued on November 27, 2024, with 30 days for compliance. After the 30 days, a notice of violations was sent via certified mail to the owner on January 6, 2025, and the property and City Hall was posted on January 8, 2025. The first hearing date was February 27, 2025, and the property was ordered compliance by April 1st, 2025, with a $75 per day fine. To date, the property is still in non-compliance. The last physical inspection was on March 28, 2025, when inspection number 63649 was conducted and disapproved. Photos have been added to the case file. The last inspection for business license and rental inspection was checked via Naviline system on April 14, 2025, and it showed proof that the property is still in violation. Therefore, at this time, the city is not in agreement with the extension of time request for the owner.
Tell me what has happened between the original hearing date and today in terms of forward progress with trying to get there.
She has not called to schedule a follow-up reinspection, so I'm not sure what she's
Okay.
done
So
thus
nobody,
far.
so city hasn't been back out.
No, not. so.
Got it. Okay.
So we.
Yes, ma'am. Let me get your name.
Jennifer,
Thank you. And your address is
1008 Fifth Avenue.
okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so, originally I requested the 6 months extension because I was planning to go ahead and build 2 more units. And putting a grass is kind of wasting, the
Oh.
time, but I go ahead and did it. So here's a photo I just took this morning. And I called for inspection. I just couldn't get her inspection date before the hearing date. But it's ready for reinspection, and we already, here's a photo of, I took this morning. We put a grass and we took all the tiles and concrete completely gone, right? I just did it for finish. So I do not need a 6 months extension. We can schedule reinspection next week. She has availability on May 1st, even sooner, and then this case we can comply by then.
Did any of the work require permits to do? And maybe
Initially, in the beginning, that's what she wanted to do, but I had advised her that if she had not started the permit process, then it would be invalid because she didn't even put in a permit application.
ma'am, I guess my question is, what have you been doing since this case was first heard back in, what,
As I say,
February.
February?
okay, so as I say, it's completed now. It is.
I understand you're showing
Yes.
a
It was a lot of work. It was a lot of work, and then we have to put all this grass, it's a big land. And then also there was an existing foundation that before I bought it as it is. Big concrete, and before it was not required to remove it. But this time, that was a lot of work.
So you believe everything's done at this point?
Yes, it's done. Yes, I took the photo this morning. I just couldn't get a reinspection done on time.
Okay. Today's April 24th. Is the city able to do an inspection before the end of the month?
Yeah, ready, I'm ready.
Okay, so at the time I'm booked, I believe they scheduled her for May 1st.
She's not.
Oh, it hasn't been
scheduled yet.
scheduled yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I couldn't, I have to come in, they asked me to pay $50, I have to
yeah, she
in
has to.
person.
Well, I mean,
around.
so tell me when this can be inspected. What I'm inclined to do is grant an extension until that inspection date. And then if it's in compliance, great. If it's not, then the fines will start to run.
Okay. He's checking the calendar.
May 1st, saying May 1st.
All right, so that's
Just
more or
get
less
a
the end of
little
the
bit
month.
more time, just in case you're not satisfied with a small thing, maybe we have to go then.
All right, so you know what?
May-
Friday is May 2nd. I'll grant an extension through close of business on May 2nd. If there's an inspection on May 1st,
Yeah, we can finish the.
and it's in compliance, you'll be good. If not, you'll have one more day to tidy everything up.
Sure,
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Page 19, item 78, case number 24-2421, property address of 1225 North B Street. Property owner is Diane A. Merson, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. This case was initiated on November 6, 2024 as a field observation with existing violation being 23.2-21. Please obtain a permit for accessory structure besides the garage. All other violations have been complied. An issued courtesy notice for violation was done on November 6, 2024. Property was re-inspected on December 19th, 2024, with formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 26, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at property and city hall on March 28, 2025. Case has been administratively postponed from March 27, 2025 to April 24, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 22nd, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photo as to the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. The city's recommendation time is for May 30th, 2025, or pay fines of $50 per day after the city's recommendation of time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 30th, 2025.
So what's the status of the permit application at this?
The status of the permit is disapproved. The notes have been added to the case file as well.
Are they in here somewhere? Oh, here we go. Survey does not match existing lot conditions. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then the floor is
My name is
yours.
Diane Anderson. I'm at 1225 North B Street in Lake Worth, Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm here today because I was out of town dealing with the death of the family, and I don't look at my emails. So I didn't realize this. I didn't get any registered thing in the mail.
Yeah, it's
I
right
got
here.
this. Okay, I got this.
Yeah.
Do you have it? The registered thing in the mail?
It came back. It
Oh,
was
okay.
it was
So I
returned,
never got a registered thing in the mail.
returned unclaimed.
By me? Well, anyway, I was out of town. I was dealing with the death in the family and helping my sister move. I did speak to Mr. Carlos and I told him that that's been up for 10 years. I took pictures. I thought I had got a permit because I got this. I thought that I did what I was supposed to do because I got the zoning thing. Okay, I thought I did everything I was supposed to do. And then I got a phone call when I was in Maryland saying that I had to tear the structure down because Fred said it didn't pass zoning. And I said, Fred, I can't deal with this right now. I can't tear it down. I said, I'm not in town. I said, I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right now. I said, can I deal with this when I get back? So I went out to the city of Lake Worth and I asked him if, I could get an extension. He said, no, it's too late for that now. I said, okay, well, please just tell me what I need to do. And I said, well, you gotta come up here and you gotta pay your fine and then ask for an extension and get a permit and have it approved. And I said, but just tell me what I need to do and I'll do it. I just, I'm not the sharpest tack in the box, sort of say. But all I have to do is I have to have somebody show me and take me by the hand and tell me what I need to do. Because I don't know. I
Yeah.
try to do what I'm supposed to do. I just,
I mean, what I have here is the information that it says the permit was disapproved by zoning because the survey does not match the existing lot conditions. So,
did you want?
I don't know exactly
Yeah.
what they're
I don't either.
concerned about, but that's what the notes say. That's the reason that it says your application for the permit was denied. Ms. Robinson, were you gonna?
Brian, Yolanda Bryant, City of Lake
Bryant,
Worth
I'm
Beach. All the time. The permit was disapproved back in December.
I didn't.
You didn't receive anything about the disapproval? Okay, so you need to check on the status of that permit with the planning and zoning team, because that's who disapproved you. Disapproved the permit.
So the unpermitted structure's already there. It's a matter of getting the permit and getting the inspection.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's been there, sir, for 10 years. I'm sorry. That was before I realized that there were so many ordinances and codes and like.
No, I understand. And you're not the first person
I know.
that's ever been standing there in that situation. But so you're back
I'm back.
now and can give this the attention that it needs to get it out of this. I would think by the end of May should be sufficient time.
This month?
Pardon me?
This month?
Next month.
Oh, next month.
We're still in April.
Okay.
It's about 5
days.
more weeks.
Okay.
But I think if you go to is it planning and zoning is where this,
Correct.
I did actually, thank you.
but I think if you make this,
That said he couldn't come out. I said, let's come out and show me what you want. Tell me what you want. Oh, no, we don't make house calls. Okay,
well, stay in touch with the city.
okay.
I think if you make this priority and give it the attention it needs, the 5 weeks should be sufficient time to get this through the system.
Well,
And if it's not,
it will.
you can ask for an opportunity to come back and ask for more time, but I'm inclined to accept the city's recommendation and do the May 30th deadline at this point. So, all right, anything else, ma'am?
That's it. Thank
Anything
you.
else from the city?
No, sir.
All right, then I will find
Alright.
proper notice. I'll find property remains in violation of city code
Yes.
23.2-21, but has complied with 2-75.6.2, and I will grant the relief requested by the city. Okay, thank you.
We're staying on that page and we're going to item 81, case number 24-2701, property address of 315 South C Street. Property owner is Armstrong and Armstrong LLC. Officer Dorcius.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius with the City of Lake Worth Beach. Case number, owner's name, owner's address are being read to the record. Property location, 315 South C Street. The case was initiated as a citizen complaint on December 30th, 2024. Existing violation, 2-756.2, general requirements. Please process permit application number 24-2401 for a residential driveway. Permit application number 24-2401 was disapproved by planning and zoning on September 10th, 2024. The owner was cited to contact planning and zoning to move the permit to move the permit forward. At this time, there has been no resubmission for that permit application. The property manager first made contact with planning and zoning on April 21st, 2025 regarding the permit application. All other violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on January 13, 2025. Certified mail was received on January 16, 2025. The property in City Hall was posted on January 17, 2025. The property last reinspection dates were April 18, 2025, April 21st, 2025, and again on April 22nd, 2025. Photographs of the property has been taken showing the violations. The city had personal contact with the property manager who contacted the city on April 16, 2025. The voicemail was returned on April 18, 2025, and the property manager was sent an email of the violations on April 18, 2025. The city recommendation time for voluntary compliance will be July 23rd of 2025, plus administration costs of $425.29 to be paid by July 23rd, 2025, or pay a fine of $75 per day.
Everything's complied except for getting the permit for the driveway, and it looks like that was denied because the parking spaces weren't called out correctly on the application. That's what it said. Add dimensions of parking spaces on the survey. Mark overall dimensions of gravel on the survey. Those were the notes that I saw. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Raul Rodriguez Pereira Neto. I'm the property manager.
Yes, sir.
The address is 315 South C.
Thank you.
First, I would like to thank you, Fedeline and Rosie. They are very supportive to solve this problem.
Excellent.
And now I have the information I need to introduce to the city to fix this permit of the parking lot. I need to send the information about the size of the parking lot in the survey. And I would like to have more time to do. I think she asked for.
City's recommending 3 more months.
Okay, perfect. It's excellent for us.
July 23rd would be 3
I will,
months.
I will work for having this done before.
Very good. All right.
The permit just have to be in approved status in order for the violation to comply. So the work doesn't have to be completed. So once the permit is approved, the violation will be complied.
Okay.
Very good. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you so much.
Anything else from the city? All right, then in this case, I will find proper notice. I will find the property remains in violation of City Code 2-75.6.2, but has complied with all other code sections originally cited, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I need to go back to that one. So that is just the general requirements.
Yeah. 2-75.6.2. The others are complied.
We are going to go to page 8 of the agenda, item number 28, case number 24-2580. Property address is 322 South L Street. Property owner is Proven Ground Productions LLC. Officer Bryant. We told him.
Yeah.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 12/6/2024 as a field observation. The existing violations of the property are 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Proven Ground Productions LLC, and 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Proven Ground Productions LLC. The notes are below. 2-75.6.2 general requirements. Please remove all chipping and peeling paint from all areas of property to include window frames, door frames, and soffit and paint as needed. 23.2-21 for a building permit. apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for structure in front of rear building, and apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for water heater. Complied violations of the property are 23.4-4 fences, walls, and gates. Issued courtesy notice for violation hearing on 12/6/2024, reinspected on 1/13/2025, found to be non-compliance. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 1/15/2025. Certified mail received on 1/24/2025. Posted at Property and City Hall on 1/29/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025, found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is July 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by July 2nd, 2025.
Is that a tankless water heater that went in without a permit? Is that what we're talking about?
What was that?
What was the permit?
It was for a structure in the rear of the property and also a water heater.
Tankless water heater, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, yes, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me, are you Miss Aguiar?
Yes, good morning. My name is Nilda Aguilar.
Yes, ma'am. I have your designation of agent form in the file.
Actually, just a quick question. I didn't know about the water. Sorry, he didn't tell me about that, but now I know how to take care of it. So we did apply, we had, we did apply for the permit for the construction in front of the back building.
Okay,
Unfortunately, the GC that we have working for the company, he went out of the country. It's supposed to have been back. It took me a while to find another GC. That's why it took so long for us to apply for the permit. So we did apply for the permit for the structure. I just learned about the water heater and I'll take care of that. And actually, we just got an email on Tuesday about the permit that I need to get with the historical district. And they sent me all the forms that I need as COA. And we're working on that.
okay.
And, you know, like we would like to have an extension. So we could just get that done or take care of the water heater.
So the city's recommendation is a little over 2 additional months to get this wrapped up. Does that sound doable from your side?
They sent me, I talked to Mr. Davis yesterday over the phone, and he sent me the forms that I need to go to the historical district, and he really didn't deny the permit. He just said I need to submit those forms and get a review from the historical district. And I don't know how much that long that will take. This is the first time that I have to go to this, so I don't know how long the review is gonna take.
So this is a historic district property. Is that will the July 2nd date reasonably be enough time to get it through whatever added layer of review that puts on this property?
Along the city of Lake Worth Beach. It depends on if it's contributing or not. So if it's not contributing, it won't affect anything.
Okay.
Do we know if have you spoken with historic?
I have not with regarding the permit, no.
And again, permits only have to be approved and issued and not finalized and closed out in order for it to be in compliance. And if you have any issues, just give me a call. I'll give you my card.
Okay.
And I'll walk you through it.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir.
Charlie Stidham, City Lake Worth Beach Building Department. Yeah, they're looking for the COA application, and they also have a zoning disapproval on that as well for updated survey.
Okay.
So there's 2 disapprovals, and the permit is on hold until the CO application is applied for.
Right. Okay.
Still, 2 months should be, I think, given this the attention it requires, should be enough to get it through the permitting process. I would think. I'm inclined to enter an order that grants the relief requested by the city, the July 2nd compliance date. I would just tell you to stay in touch with the city. If despite best efforts, you're not going to hit that date, ask for an opportunity to come back to request more time.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else, ma'am, that you'd like to tell me?
No, that'd be all.
Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Thank you. Then I do find proper notice. Find property remains in violation as cited with the exception of City Code 23.4-4, which is complied. I will grant all the relief requested by the city, the July 2nd date, the administrative costs and the $75 daily.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're staying on that page, going to the next item, which is 29, case number 24-2594, property address of 715 North L Street. Property owner is Beverly Benham A Living Trust. Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 12/9/2024 as a field observation, failed license inspection. Existing violations of the property are 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Benham Beverly A Living Trust. 14-30 inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Benham Beverly A Living Trust. The notes from the inspection are below. 2-75.6.2 general requirements. Please repair cracks in stucco of porch ceiling area of Unit 1. All other violations have been complied. Issued courtesy notice for violation hearing on 12/9/2024, re-inspected on 1/10/2025, found to be non-compliance. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 1/10/2025. Certified mail received on 1/22/2025, posted at property and at City Hall 1/24/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. And the recommendation time is May 28th, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by May 28th, 2025.
You. Sam, go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then the floor is yours.
My name is Brenda Rigger. I'm the daughter of Beverly A. Benham in a Living Trust. And the building is located at 715 North L Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
My husband had a heart attack at the end of September, and he wasn't allowed to drive or work until after December. So we hadn't done anything except what the tenants had tried to help with, weeding and stuff. So, yep, so now everything is done except the sailing by number 1 and to finish the pressure cleaning because the pressure cleaner had died. So those are the 2 things that we have left. The window, the hurricane shutter is up, but we've gone through every single thing here, and those are the only 2 things left. So we are asking for an extension.
So once the cracks in the stucco on the ceiling are fixed, will that clear the way for this to be
Yes.
inspected and get the business license and the,
We have all that
Yes.
already.
Yes, sir.
well, but you have to get through the final inspection with the,
Once the stucco cracks have been repaired, then the use and occupancy inspection will be able to pass.
okay. How much more time do you need to get that work done?
Just 30 days because my mom is in hospice too. She might pass.
Well, 30 days is,
She has a 2-week period, so we have to go up there 1 more week
Okay.
and then we'll have it done within 30
we'll
days.
give you the 30 days.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you very much. Anything else you'd like to tell me?
No,
Is that it? Anything
No.
else from the city?
Your Honor,
No, sir.
Yes.
would like to give 90 days.
Okay.
Which would be July 23rd.
July 23rd.
for me.
Yes.
You got it.
Okay, so we're gonna stretch the compliance date out to the end of July, July 23rd to be exact. That should give you plenty of time.
That's plenty of time.
All right,
Yep.
all right. Okay, I do find proper notice. I find the property remains in violation of city codes 1432, 1435, and 2-75.6.2, but has complied with all other code sections cited in the original notice. We'll set the compliance date at July 23rd and daily fines of $75 after that, and then the administrative costs of $425.20. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julianne.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Page 22, item number 93, case number 24-2390, property address of 1321 South M Street. Property owner is Mario Perez Diaz and Josefina Gomez Lopez, Officer Turek.
Sue Ella Turek, previously sworn. The case was initiated on 11/4 of 24. The existing violations are 23.2-21 for the gazebo, permit number 25,598. It was disapproved on 3/28 and again on 4/11/25. The all other violations have either been complied or resolved. The courtesy notice was issued on 11/4 of 24, re-inspected 12/3 of 24. The formal notice was issued 2/3 of 25. Certified mail was received on February 6th, 2025, and the property was posted on February 5th, 2025. Property was re-inspected again, 4/10 and 4/23. There's photographs. There, I have had contact with the owner, and the recommendation of time is July 24th of 2025. And the city recommends administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by July 24th, 2025, or a fine of $50 per day.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then the floor is yours.
Morning, my name is Mario Romero. The address is 1321 South M Street, Lakewood, Florida, 33460. I'll be speaking on behalf of Mario Perez.
Okay.
So, we have removed the gazebo and the shed, we have removed it, and the gazebo has been moved 5 feet in the property. And we have submitted this one last Friday, and we're still waiting for the zoning to get it reviewed.
Okay, yeah, I saw the notes that it was in the setback, so
Yep,
you've
setback,
moved it pursuant to those notes and resubmitted.
And also, we have highlighted the pavement to be removed as well.
Okay,
So we're still waiting to get it reviewed.
and the city's recommending a July 24th compliance date, so that's 90 more days. That sounds like you're well underway though, so.
Almost
that-
there.
That should be,
We're almost there.
Yeah.
that should be plenty
And
of
the
time.
fence already got approved,
Yes.
so yeah.
Yes, that permit's approved.
Okay. And I'm happy to give you the July 24th compliance date, which looks like should be plenty of time for you.
Okay, so when is the next hearing or?
Well,
No more here.
so this, if everything goes the way it's supposed to go, there shouldn't be any more code enforcement,
Okay, got it.
because if you've already moved the gazebo and resubmitted the application pursuant
Yes.
to those notes, they should be able to. That looked like the only comment that I saw in the notes. That should be able to clear it for them to come out and inspect and get it out of code enforcement.
Got it.
All right.
All right.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
That's it for today.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
And in this case, I find proper notice, find that the property has complied with all code sections that were cited, with the exception of 23.2-21 regarding the gazebo building permit. I will, however, grant all the relief requested, set July 24th as compliance date, $50 fines after that, and administrative costs. And thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Yeah.
Page 17, item number 68, case number 25-736, property address of 706 North A Street. Property owner is Blossoming Primrose LLC. Officer Dale.
Officer Letisa Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This case was initiated as a repeat case on March 20th, 2025. Existing violations are 2-75.6.2, missing house numbers, and damaged rotted wood siding on the accessory structure in the rear. The property was re-inspected on April 11th, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 24th, 2025, and the certified mail was not delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on March 26, 2025. The last reinspection was on April 11, 2025, and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. There has been no personal contact with the property owner. The order has been attached to the case file for repeat case number 23-0279, citing violations 2-75.6.2, which was initiated on February 6, 2023, and went to hearing on September 28, 2023, and ordered compliance by January 18, 2024, or pay $75 per day until full compliance. The property was in non-compliance for 1 day. At this time, the city is requesting a fine of $500 per day from March 20th, 2025 until date of full compliance. To date, the property is still in non-compliance. And just to put on record that the day that this repeat case was open, there was also a CE case open as well.
Was also what?
A CE case, a code case open as well.
For the 2023 case, what was the general requirement violation? What was the 2-75.6.2 actual, what actually was the violation? You need to look at the file. There you go. Oh, I have it. Oh, it is.
Here we go.
That's that's your order. No, keep going. It's here. I just had mine.
Here we go. Oh, I didn't see that.
I didn't see.
Magistrate, I have it here on file. Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. The violations were to please remove and repaint all peeling paint of areas. Please replace all rotten wood from entire structure as needed. Please remove all dirt mildew from structure, soffit, fascia, siding, walls, fences, driveways, sidewalks, and walkways, etc.
Okay. Now this time we're back with additional rotted wood and a house number issue. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi, Jonathan Holmes for 706 North 8th Street.
Yes, sir.
Florida. Yeah, so I didn't know about these violations. Once I found out about them, I made myself available to be here for this meeting, and I see that there's two separate cases. There's one that I think it's charged $500 a day, and then there's another one that still remains to be rectified. Nonetheless, there was a first issue of some rotten wood, which was satisfied once we were made notice. And I think just as the house exists, more wood seems to rot. What I can do is, I'm on the Gulf Coast of Florida. I haven't been at the property. That's why I didn't get notice.
Okay.
But with that being said, with the violations that stand, I can make the time that it takes to satisfy these so we can stop the bleeding of whatever it is. I don't think it's a lack of effort. I think it's just not knowing that these things were going on. So whatever it takes to satisfy it, I take no issue with that. It's just taking the appropriate time to do so.
Okay. Correct me if I misheard. I think your testimony was that in the 2023 case, it was out of compliance for one day?
Just 1 day.
All right.
And is the $500 a day fine in effect?
Well, I haven't ordered that yet.
All right.
I'm still.
I'll rescind that question.
I'm mulling. All right, so technically this is a repeat case because there was a case in 2023 where the property was found to be in violation of the same thing it's being cited for now.
I think the locations were different.
Right, same code section on the same property within 5 years, the law calls that a repeat violation. Doesn't matter if it's the exact same, the rotted wood was here and now it's there, that's still a repeat violation and the way code enforcement works. But I don't think that based on what I've been presented with, I don't think that that's a $500 a day repeat kind of fine. Now, you do need to get this taken care of right away. And the way the law structures a repeat violation, the fine starts running from the date that the city observed the repeat violation. So the fine's already started to run.
Okay.
And it will continue to run on a daily basis until the property is brought into compliance. So you need to make it a priority in order to get the fines to stop running. And then after the property's in compliance, you can speak to the city about opportunities to request a reduction if you are eligible for that. But you can have that discussion offline.
Okay.
But that's the way this is going to work. And what I'm going to do, well, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Just to make sure I understand, as it stands, there are fines that are running technically.
The case looks like March 20th is when you saw the repeat violation. So starting from March 20th is when the daily fines for the repeat violation will start to they'll be backdated to March 20th, and they will continue going forward until it's brought into compliance.
Okay.
So
So how much time do I have to?
So on a repeat case, the fines are already running, so I don't give you any time because the fines are already running. So you need to get it done as soon as possible
Okay.
for the fines to stop running. In a regular non-repeat case, I would give the person time to fix it before the fines even start to run.
I
But you're past that already. So,
Okay.
Anything else from the city?
No.
All right. Then what I'm going to do in this case, I will find proper notice. Mr. Holmes, you provided it looks like an original power of attorney document. Is this document for the city, or do they need to make a copy for the file? I need to have a
You can have
copy.
that.
This original
Yeah.
is okay. We'll make that part of the file. So I will find proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property remains in violation of City Code 2-75.6.2. I find that violation is a repeat violation based on case number 230279. I'm going to assess daily fines of $100 per day beginning March 20th, when the repeat violation was first observed, and continuing to accrue until the repeat violation has been brought into compliance. And I will also award the city's administrative costs of $425.29. So you want to get that fixed as soon as possible, and then the fines will stop running. And then you can talk to the city about your options going forward after that.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Page six of the agenda, item number 22, case number 24-2315. This is a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 1251 19th Avenue North. Property owner is 1251 19th Avenue LLC. Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number 242315. Property address has been read into the record. Owners requesting an extension of time, requesting for compliance by June 28th, 2025. Extension of time was requested on March 28th, 2025. Case initiated as a field observation on October 18th, 2024. Notice of violation sent out on October 24th, 2024, and property in City Hall was posted on October 25th, 2024. First hearing date was on February 27th, 2025. Property order compliance by March 28th, 2025 with a $75 per day fine. Last inspection was on April 22nd, 2025, and found to be in compliance. To date, the property is in compliance, no active violations. At this time, the city is not in agreement with the extension of time request for the owner.
All right. So everything's complied as we stand here today.
Yes, sir.
All right, you just need an additional time to get your permit.
Yes.
So go and put your name and address into the record, sir, and then tell me about what happened.
Yes, sir. Paul Ketis, 1251 19th Avenue North. So purchased the house back in February, was starting to do the work, that paid for a company to come remove asbestos because there was asbestos in the siding. I thought we've got a county permit, didn't get a city permit, so that started the first violation. And then I had to get all my architectural drawings and everything when I submitted the full package back in March, I believe. So I gotta look at my notes. And then was waiting for, or no, sorry, submitted the package back in December, sorry. And then was waiting for that, just got the permits last week. So I know I don't technically need to be here because we're finally in compliance, but I've been accruing fines for the last, I think there's like $1,000 worth of fines. So I was wondering if there's anything to be done about that.
So
The only thing I was out of compliance for was not having the permits, which I was waiting for.
I'm just looking at a handwritten note in the file that says the city permit was submitted on January 21st. Does that sound accurate?
I paid the permit application January 21st, yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't get approval when I submitted back in December.
Then what happened between then and the end of March?
I literally was just waiting for the permit because Carlos and I have been communicating back and forth. Anything that I could clear, I did clear. There's a fence issue. There was a few other issues that I worked to clear. The only outstanding was just the permits.
So with the permit, was there back and forth?
Yes, sir.
Did you submit and then it got denied and then
Yes,
you had
sir.
to respond to comments and resubmit and?
And what I was told, I haven't submitted a lot of permits. I have a handful of things we're doing with the house, and I was recommended I submit everything for the house at one time, not just what I was in violation for. And I think that probably pushed us behind because it's a good bit of work that's being done on the property.
The administrative costs were paid in this case?
Yeah, I paid back in February, and then I paid the $250 to do this hearing as
Okay.
well. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Okay. Well, at the original violation hearing, the administrative costs of $425.29 were ordered. That's
Yes.
what I was making sure.
I'm
was
sorry, yes,
paid.
sir.
So that's paid. Today's the fee to be here. Today's paid. What date did it come into compliance?
It was as of March 20, April 22nd, 2025, it was found to be in compliance.
Okay. And this was the only extension that you've requested on this case?
Well, I originally going to ask for an extension in February, and there was a miscommunication, so I didn't get to.
Okay. All right. I'm going to grant the extension.
Well, I'm sorry, there's no extension needed at this point.
Well, there is if you don't want to find a run.
Okay, sorry.
And so what I'm gonna do is order that the compliance deadline be changed from March 28th to April 22nd.
Okay,
Then
thank
you're
you.
not gonna have any fines.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Carlos.
All right, so now we have a 26 unit.
What?
You've heard this one before.
Okay.
Would you like me to, they all have the sign, so they're all 26 units have common area violations. And then 11 units have use and occupancy and business license added. So we've got 11 with 4 violations and 16 with 2 violations. How would you like me to call them? And I do have a list of which ones are which.
Do the 16 with only 2. Because those are all the same 2 violations for those 16. Is the city seeking the same relief for all 16?
Yes.
It's okay. Are they all, from the city's perspective, in the same posture in terms
Yes.
of, like, they're all at the same state of non-compliance?
Yes.
Or- So everything's identical with those 16, except the addresses are different.
Right.
Let's do those 16, and then we'll come back and address the remaining 11.
Okay.
This ought to knock out half the agenda.
Yes.
All right, where are we?
Let's go to page 24. And we're going to start with item 98, case number 25-728, which is the address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit. Oh, wait, let me back up. Suella, which
Yes.
ones are these that you gave me, are those the primaries or those the ones that need the UNOs?
Those are the ones that need the UNO.
Okay, so I had that backwards, Magistrate.
Okay.
There's, no, 11 units with UNO, 16 primary. So let me find the primary. That's going to be item 100, case number 25-769, property address 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 103, Lisa and Remain Surprise. 1, 2, 3. Item 101, case number 25-770, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 101, Khalid Turkestani.
Cristiano, I think you're
Yeah, you're mixing them
off.
up. Here.
Yeah.
What,
Here's the numbers that don't have.
Oh. All right, because this says primary, these were the primary residents, so this is backwards here. These are the ones that need the UNOs?
Yes.
Okay, well, then let's start again.
Okay.
I was right the first time then. Item 98, case number 25-728, property address 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 101, Melissa Group LLC. Item 99, case number 25-767, property address 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 102. Property owner is Dennis M. Guinea.
These still seem like they're messed up.
Well, this is what I have.
Yeah.
I have units 101, 102, 108, 201, 203, 206, 20. They're not going to be in order on the.
No, I know, but
Okay. 302.
101 is showing the 4 violations, not the 2.
Correct.
So,
So
Go next to the 7, 302,
right, I called that one.
303, 305, and 309.
Right. So I called item 98, which has 4 violations.
are those the one, I thought you were doing the 2 violations first.
Are we doing the primary or are we doing the primary residents or the rentals? I thought we were doing the rentals first.
The way I understood it, there was one group that only had 2 violations. And then there was another group that had those same 2 plus 2 more.
Correct.
I wanted to take care of the group that only has the 2 violations.
Okay, well, that's what I called the first
first.
time.
Well, so 102 and 103 both have 2 violations. 101 and 104 both have 4. So
right, well, then
all
your
of your lists are.
So your list is wrong. That's where I'm confused because I'm going off a list. But she's going off the agenda, so that's not matching your list.
Right.
So the list must be incorrect. All right, let's start this over. So we're hearing just the 2, correct? Item 99, case number 25-767, property address 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 102, Dennis M. Guinea. Item 100, case number 25-769, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, 103, Lisa and Romaine Surprise. Item 102, case number 25-771, 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 105, property owner is Vanessa Mendez and Marcus Restrepo. Item 103, case number 25-772 is 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 107. Property owner is Henry Medwood. Item 105, case number 25-774, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, 109. Property owner is Janet Burke. Now we're going to page 26, item 107, case number 25-776, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 202. Property owner is Robert A. Fraser. Item 109, case number 25778, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 204. Property owner is Noe Feliz Ami. Item 110, case number 25-779, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, 205. Property owner is Jorge H. Robinson. Page 27, item 113, case number 25-782, property address 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 208. Property owner is Sergio Gonzalez. Item 114, case number 25-783, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 209. Property owner is David Mirabex. Item 115, case number 25-784, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 301. Property owners are Ashley Douglas and Sandra Jacobs. Page 28, item 118, case number 25-787, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 304. Property owner is Jonathan Kraler. Item 120, case number 25-789, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 306. Property owner is Equity Trust Company custodian. Item 121, case number 25-790, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 307. Property owner is Dennis M. Guinea. Now we're going to go to page 29, item 122. Case number 25-791, property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, property owner, Unit 308, sorry. Property owner is Christopher and Natalia Wetterer. And that are the ones with just the 2 violations.
Okay, so would you like me to read all of these or just one of them? So they're all the same.
Since they're all the same, they're all in the same posture and it's the same alleged violations, you can just
Read the one.
tell me the one and that's going to apply to everything that Ms. Simmons just put into the record.
All right, the addresses have already been read into the record. Case was initiated on 3/26 of 25.
Elevator exits.
The existing violations are 2-75.65. The elevator needs to be repaired, replaced, or removed. 2-75.6.6, exit signs need to be replaced. Courtesy notice was issued on 4/7 of 25. Formal notice was issued 4/15 of 25. The certified mail was returned on 4/12. What do you want me to do with service? They all were posted. So this particular one, for 102, the mailings was returned. The property was re-inspected on 4/15. Photographs were taken. I've had no personal contact with Dennis at this time. Well, yes, we did make a phone call. I have had contact with Dennis. The recommendation of time is April 29th, 2025. With an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by April 29th, with a fine of $150 per day, as this is life, health, safety issues on all of these items because of the elevator and the lights, the exit
Okay, I
lights.
guess on notice, so is it Mr. Guiney?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's agenda item 99. You're present. Are there any other folks present on any of these cases?
Yes, there's a couple.
Why don't you folks come on up too? Which agenda item we have folks here?
The Jacobs were here, but they must have left.
Okay. What is your name, sir? I need to get you to the microphone.
Henry Medwood,
And which case number?
apartment 107.
So,
107?
Item number 103 on the agenda.
103. And then, ma'am,
Sandra Jacob.
Oh, she's still here.
and you are which 301? So that is agenda item
115.
115. So for those three, we have respondents present. I will find proper notice. I think for the others, you're gonna have to tell me if you had certified mail received or if it was returned and you followed it up with posting.
Okay. Okay, so 102 was returned. 103 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 105 was delivered 4/12.
Okay.
107 was delivered 4/15. 109 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 202 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 204 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. 205 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 208 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 209 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. 301 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 304 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 306 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. 307 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. 308 was attempted on 4/12 of 25, and they all were posted.
Right, and then whether it was a return or successfully received, that they were all sent to the address in the tax collector or property appraiser's records.
As far as the
where the certified mail was sent, it was all sent to the address and
Yes, sir.
property appraiser or tax.
Yes, sir.
The ones you testified to that were received, I would find proper notice based on the certified mail, and the ones that it was attempted and returned, I would find proper notice based on the posting.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll find proper notice on each of the ones that are in the record right now. Let's see. Mr. Guiney, you were up here first. Why don't you go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then I'll start by hearing from you.
I'm the president, one that dealt with.
Okay.
My name is Dennis Guiney, 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 307.
Okay. For the cases that we're talking about right now, it's just the elevator and the exit sign issue. So what's going on with those?
The elevator, that right now, what the overriding salient factor in all this is we've got a major construction project. The initial estimate was 400,000. We paid out 800,000, close to it. And the contractor's suing us. And we kind of said, we got to deal with this first. But I didn't know about most of this stuff. But as far as the elevator goes, I call up this, I read the page of the elevator. It's been down for 8 years.
Okay.
I read from the state elevator, I forget the exact name of it, but it states that unless it's more than 3 stories or more than 25 feet, they don't need an elevator, which complies exactly with what we have. We have only 3 stories and we're not more than 25 feet. And I call up a gentleman in the building department and asked if we could just close it off and everything. And he said, all right, he has no problem with it. But then I realized, that we should probably go before the magistrate before we go ahead and do it. You know what I mean?
All right. So your position is that you have an elevator. It's not operational, but you don't need an elevator. Is that?
According to the state. And we agreed to shut it down and close the whole thing off. Well, not shut down, it hasn't worked in 8 years. The people that came there to fix it couldn't fix it. Then we got hit with this major construction bill. And there's no way we're gonna pay for that and the construction at the same
Okay.
time.
Okay. Has the building department, has the city been involved with this from the building department? Fire
Yolanda
codes
Bryant,
or so forth?
City of Lake Worth Beach. Charlie, the assistant building official, he's looking it up now, but he believes it's 3 stories and above, not more
I
than.
called them up and they said more than 3 stories.
Okay, so he's checking on that now and he'll be able to testify to those.
Okay. What about the exit signs? What's going on? That sounds
Well,
like maybe that's not quite
what-
as severe of a,
What I did initially is we hired a fire equipment company, White Palms, to come and periodically check everything and make sure everything was kosher and everything. And they did that. They came there, they worked with the contractors, and they said, give us a call when the job is done, and we'll do a few more little small things. And I asked them, will you come by and check it periodically to make sure everything is right? They said, yes. But in defense of them, I mean, you can't tell where an exit sign was if it's not there. And what I did was I called up another fire equipment company. I got an email from them. They came by and they checked the whole thing out. And I have what they wrote up.
okay. Ms. Turk, have you seen whatever this document is?
No, I have not.
Why don't you take a look at that or let the city attorney
Okay.
take a look at that?
What
And-
they said was the only thing that was wrong was a couple of the fire extinguishers down. It wasn't crucial and they filled them back up. And then I told them about the exit signs and I got an email from them saying they'll come by Monday and fix the whole thing. If I knew they were down, I would have had them fixed sooner. But like I said, it's impossible to know something was there if it's not there.
Your Honor, you can have this invoice, but it doesn't really
What it says is they
add
filled,
much.
they filled
They,
the
for the fire extinguishers.
and serviced it and inspected it.
And Your Honor, as far as the floors, it is above 3 that needs an elevator, that's required to have an elevator. So 3 and below does not require, but it is there. And the city code requires it to either, be repaired,
Yeah, I pulled up
removed.
the city's code regarding elevators, escalators, and dumbwaiters under the code section that's been cited. And it states in buildings equipped with passenger elevators. Doesn't speak to a minimum or maximum or any number of stories. It just says if there's a passenger elevator, at least one shall be maintained in operation at all times when the building is occupied. Buildings equipped with only one shall be permitted to have the elevator temporarily out of service for testing or service. So as I read this code section, you have an elevator based on what I've heard from everybody. And if you have an elevator, it has to be properly maintained under the code. And then in general, the city's code talks about maintaining compliance with, and maybe the building official can speak to this, in general, Florida statutes, and then ASME A 17.1, Appendix N. I hadn't gotten that far in my reading yet, so I don't know what ASME A 17.1 Appendix N is as we sit here.
So I will furnish you with what I got off the state elevator website.
So while building officials coming up, Mr. Guiney, let me ask you, I mean, generally, what is your understanding of what it's going to take to get the elevator fixed? Is this like a major and a major?
The construction comes and get it.
Okay.
And I'm sure it would be a major expenditure. And we shelled out $800,000. That's 20 pieces.
Yeah.
$40,000 a piece. My retirement fund is gone.
Right.
And 77 with cancer. I got it back.
Lock it off, or board it off.
I mean, this is. But it's usually considered egress too.
Let me ask Ms. Simmons a question, if you know. So we have this group of cases that we're talking about that just have the exit sign and the elevator violations, and then there's a second group that has those plus what business license? When you put all those together, is that each and every unit in this entire property? That is going to capture the entire thing. That's what I suspected, but I wanted to be sure. Okay. Okay. Let's see, Kane M. KM Corbett. Good afternoon, Kane. It was a pleasure speaking with you today regarding the out-of-service elevator located at 1410 South Federal Highway, Lake Worth, Florida. As we discussed, in instances where an elevator is not operational, it is not within BPR's authority to mandate the restoration of service if the elevator has been taken out of operation. For guidance on this matter, we suggest complainants contact Department of Justice Civil Rights Division for details on pertinent federal ADA regulations for their local code enforcement office. And that came from Division of Hotel and Restaurant Bureau of Elevator Safety. Okay. So that's telling the BPR is not going to get involved with this. Okay. Let's hear from the building official.
Charlie Sturtevant, Building Department. Suella said that the building official made a determination of 3 stories or above. So
Above 3,
above 3 stories.
not C.
So I'm going to take his recommendation because he's the authority in the city.
All right. So what is that? What is
Well, if it's
that?
above 3 stories, their building's what, at 3 stories?
3 stories, yeah.
So they would, from my understanding, from my building official is, they would not need it.
So is the city withdrawing the elevator? I mean,
No.
tell me what the,
No,
tell
it
me,
needs to be repaired, removed, or replaced.
We will remove it. We will block it off.
I mean, what does it take to remove an elevator and make it code compliant? What do you have to do?
Well, they can remove it. It's, it's a machinery that's put together with, bolts. But they can also, I would believe they'd also can seal the doors. And, of course, that would be up to the building official, Barry Schultz, on how. he
I
would like
suspect that this
sealed.
is absolutely going to be something that requires permitting through
Yes.
for life safety code compliance, building code compliance, and
Exactly.
that sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll have to have a detail on how they're going to secure it. They're probably going to have the electric disconnected on it and other items of that nature, which will require a permit.
Okay.
At least a building permit, consider a demolition. So
Let me actually, before I continue on what lost Ms. Simmons, is there anybody else here who is also in this property that's in one of the other cases in the group that I didn't call up that also has a business license issue? So why don't you come on up, sir, because you have the same issues with the elevator and the exit signs, but you have the additional layer of the business license.
Your Honor, do you want us to open all those cases then?
Well, I get, is there anybody else in the room who's here for 1410 South Federal Highway? Either way. if this is everybody who's here, we may as well put them all on the record. And yeah. There was one other person here from the other group, and I realized that they're gonna be having the same issues with the elevator and exit signs, but if this is it, let's go ahead and put everything on the record and we'll deal with. So let me let you do that.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna ask Mr. Guiney, and you can give this some thought while the clerk is reading all this into the record. So what is, if you know, what will your plan be to shut the elevator down? So think about that for a minute while you're doing.
Page 24, item 98, case number 25-728. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 101. Property owner is Melissa Group LLC. Item 101, case number 25-770. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 104. Property owner is Khalid Turkestani. Page 25, item 104, case number 25-773. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 108. Property owner is Insakara LLC. Item 106, case number 25-775. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 201. Property owner is DNA Real Estate LLC. Page 26, item 108, case number 25-777. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 203. Property owner is Michael Galante Jr. Item 111, case number 25-780. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 206. Property owner is Unique Charles. Page 27, item 112, case number 25-781. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 207. Property owner is Judith Mateo Smith. Item 116, case number 25-785. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 302. Property owner is Soasis LLC. Page 28, item 117, case number 25-786. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 303. Property owner is Michael Galante Jr. Item 119, case number 25-788. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 305. Property owner is Adrian Pritchard. Page 29, item 123, case number 25-792. Property address of 1410 South Federal Highway, Unit 309. Property owner is Anouk Jean, Officer Turk.
All right, sir in the back, can you tell me, your name and which unit you're here for?
Yes, my name is Adrian Pritchard and I'm Unit 305, case 788.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Okay. So I will find proper notice for that one. And then Ms. Turek, I guess, trying to keep this a little organized. Same thing with this last group that Ms. Simmons just read into the record. Tell me about certified mail and posting for the ones that are left.
Unit 101, Sue Ella Turek for the city. Unit 101 was delivered on April 12th, 2025. Unit 104 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. Unit 108 was attempted on 4/12 of 25. Unit number 201 was delivered on 4/14 of 25. Unit number 203 was attempted on 4/15 of 2025. Unit number 206 was attempted on 4/14 of 25. Unit number 207 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. Unit 302 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. Unit 303 was attempted on 4/15 of 25. Unit 305 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. And Unit 309 was delivered on 4/12 of 25. I'd also like to add to the record that this was a complaint case from one of the residents
Okay,
of the units.
got it.
Can I speak to that?
Just a moment. All right, so most of those actually got certified.
Yes.
Received. I will find proper notice as well as for the few that were returned based on the posting that was put up. I think the city has proper notice. Okay, I want to come back to Mr. Guiney.
About the individual that called in. He had put our residents in the paper prostitute, and we objected to
Let me
it.
get you closer to the.
He put our place in the paper as a place where a prostitute was arrested in his room. We expressed our displeasure to him with it, and he's been trying to destroy the place ever since. Continually calling the code enforcement, complaint. He doesn't use the elevator. He's on the second floor at the north end of the building.
Okay.
And he just tried to add to our problems, and he's done a good job of it.
What do you, as you said you're the president of the
Yes, sir.
Property Owners Association. What do you, if you know, what is your sense for how you're going to proceed with closing the elevator? And
I don't know any contractors that specifically deal with elevator closing. But I'll call a few people this afternoon, and I'll get a general contractor out there and go from there. Get an estimate and the permits and everything. Hopefully, we would like to reopen it when our finances get a bit better.
but I would think your immediate goal is to get out of code enforcement, and then
Yes, sir.
you can deal with the bigger picture. But getting you out of code enforcement is going to require not only taking care of the elevator, but taking care of the exit signs. And then the other folks who have business license issues are going to have to deal with the city on an individual basis for those issues. But I'll get to those in a minute. I want to get past the elevator and exit sign piece first.
If the battery hadn't run down on my iPhone, I could have brought you in the email I got from the elevator company. The same one that's on that paper saying they'll be by Monday and deal with the exit signs.
Okay. I mean, based on what I'm hearing, I don't see. This case was just started less than 30 days ago. This is a pretty fresh case.
Yes, it's considered life.
But based on what I'm hearing, even just to close the elevator properly, there's no way that's going to be done in 30 days. Doesn't sound to me like it. I'd be inclined to, and I don't like kicking things down the road, but I don't want to just set a compliance date and send you on your way. I think I would like to, and unfortunately, I guess there's really no way to. I want to make sure this continues with forward progress. Let me ask the city, what your preference is. Would you prefer for me to just set a compliance date and you guys work with them behind the scenes rather than keep bringing them back here? Are you comfortable
That is the
with
preference,
that?
Your Honor.
Okay.
And if we could maybe have addressed the exit signs separately than the elevator. to
That's
make sure
fine.
that that's done more quickly.
Sure. Based on your conversations that you've had with the elevator company, do you believe that they'll be able to have that at least fixed to the point that it's closed and
They couldn't
within the
fix
next
it.
90 days?
They couldn't fix it the first time.
Right.
And they're out there all the time working, and I got into it and let one floor and it died.
Okay.
So I don't know what's wrong with it, and I don't know what the cost
I
of
guess
it.
let me ask this question. So what's the condition of the elevator right now? It's just.
It's totally inoperable.
Can anybody or the doors? In other words, I don't want this to be like a safety issue where somebody can open the door and fall down the elevator shaft or fall into the elevator shaft, or can the doors be locked, or is there a way to, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I want to give you time to fix it, but if this is a safety issue, I don't want to just, I don't want to put too much.
It hasn't worked. It's totally inoperable, and why, I don't know. But, I don't know what it'll take to fix it, but if we seal it off and get done with it, we get we get this project over with. This is what the 90-ton elephant in the room is. This is what everything's predicated on. We got a new engineer, they're writing up. Only thing we have to do now is the back balconies and paint them.
Okay.
And we'll be done with the.
Well, I'm
I'll do it as
I'm
quickly
thinking
as
like
I
I'm thinking
possibly
like 90 days to get the elevator out of code enforcement, but I would, I don't know how to articulate this better than to say I would require you to use best efforts to absolutely lock it down, lock the doors. I don't know if that's, I don't know how that type of thing works. If you can lock an elevator so that nobody can open the doors. I don't want the doors being, I don't want anyone to be able to open the doors, even if it's kids goofing off or trespassers, whatever. I don't want anybody falling down an elevator shaft while this is an open code enforcement case. Does the city have any other?
Well, it's, you know, they're allowed to, you know, replace, repair, or remove. In the meantime, I, you know, would imagine they could board it up. If they got a, you know, a board up certificate for it, that would be a possibility. And then no one can get into it.
Well, so I am gonna find, doesn't seem like anybody's disputing the fact that there's a violation here. I'm gonna make a finding of violation. I'm gonna give you 90 days to fix it, but I want an immediate temporary, whether it's boarding it up or locking the doors, work with, I guess, the fire marshal or the building official, whoever is the appropriate person at the city to be comfortable that it's temporarily secured while you permanently shut it down pending some future opportunity to actually fix it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I would like very much to be able to walk on. I got a bad knee.
Yeah.
I like very much.
So, I mean, I just want to get you out of
understand the
code
importance
enforcement, you know?
Mhm.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
since these are both health safety issues, we'd like no more than 2 weeks to make sure that the exit signs are replaced and that the elevator is secure.
That's 2 weeks sounds fine to me on that piece. It sounds like your exit sign person you said was coming out on Monday,
That's
so
what they told me.
yeah. So let's be cautiously optimistic that that's still gonna happen. We'll
If-
have 2
if it's
weeks.
don't, I'll call somebody
Yep,
else.
2 weeks to get the exit signs fixed and get the elevator in a state that it's at least not susceptible of the doors opening and anybody being able to fall in. So whether that's boarding it or locking it or whatever it takes, and then you'll have 90 days to actually get it, whatever permits you need to get it considered closed or shut down or removed or whatever it is.
Would it be acceptable if we got into the elevator room, shut the power off to the whole thing and change?
You'll have to figure that out. with the
Yeah,
building
I can't,
official.
again, I mean, I think it's very obvious to anybody who's listening to this that I'm not an elevator expert. I just want it to be safe. I want it to be safe while we're getting it out of code enforcement. That's what I want. And I think the best way for me to articulate that is stay in touch with the city. And again, whether it's the fire marshal or their office or the building department and their office, whoever it is who has authority over checking the box that it's safe. That's who you need to work with. And that needs to be done within 2 weeks as suggested by the city attorney.
That's May 8th for safety and then July 23rd for permits.
Very good.
Shutting down or fixing whatever.
I mean, I think that makes sense. Is there any of you other folks want to add anything on the issue of the elevator or the exit signs before we take care of those? No? All right. So that will be my order on the first group of cases.
Okay, so I've got May 8th to sufficiently secure the elevator.
Yes.
And repair the exit sign.
Yes.
And then July 23rd to remove, replace, or repair.
Correct.
elevator.
And then I'll go ahead and accept the city's recommendation on the daily fines and the administrative costs on those.
Okay, great.
How does the city want to handle the administrative costs since we
Per
have?
unit. Yes.
Per unit, Your Honor.
Okay, so ordered. Okay, so that's that group. So I only have, was it Mr. Pritchard who's left? So you guys, your cases are all done. Your case, I'm going to enter the same order regarding the elevator and the exit signs, but you have the additional layer of a business license. So what's going on? Tell me about specifically, this is unit 305 for Mr. Pritchard. What's
Specifically 305.
what's going on with that?
All right, so that would be the 1432 for the Lake Worth business license and the 1435 to have a use and occupancy inspection.
So it's because this is a rental, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on up, Mr. Pritchard. Go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then I'll be happy to hear from you on the business license piece of your case.
Yes, my name's Adrian Pritchard. My unit is 1410 South Federal, apartment 305.
Yes, sir.
I've applied for the business license. Actually, it was approved. This was from yesterday. And then they said they were going to contact me 5 to 7 days as far as setting up the inspection. I received the, all the information I received per notice. On the 14th, I applied online. I emailed the officer that I had applied online. On the 17th, it was denied because I entered it as under my business name, but the unit is under my name.
Okay.
So I went in yesterday just to handle it, get it taken care of. So
Let me ask the city, is the elevator and the exit signs going to hold up these as well, or is it?
Yes.
So they're not going to pass that until the elevator and the exit sign issues are resolved. So I think it makes sense to track those with the July date because it's not going to get fixed. There's no way you can fix it before then, and otherwise I'd just be setting it up for failure. So my thought would be to I will find the violation on the business license and use and occupancy. And right now I'm just talking about your case, but set the compliance date for those to run with
July
the
23rd.
compliance date for the permitting and the July
The
date.
July 23rd. date.
Yeah.
may I add?
Yes, sir.
This unit has been vacant since I purchased it January 29th of last year. I began fixing it up, painting, new flooring March 4th. They closed off the back of my unit because they removed the balcony. So there was a temporary wall put up. So I could not complete this.
So you're not actually renting it.
It was never been rented under me.
Is there
And-
something he can do in that regard to get out from?
Register it as
It could be
vacant.
vacant registry.
So I think
I'm
you
sorry.
can register it as a
Vacant.
vacant property and then you don't have,
That'll comply your.
that complies out the business license because I think by swearing an affidavit and filling out that form, you're promising the city you're not renting it. And then in the future, when the renovations are done and you're ready to, then you'll be able to get your license and rent it. And you
So-
won't be under, and please correct me if I'm misstating.
So what I'm getting is I cannot rent this property until this is handled.
Well, I think under city code, if you rented it without the rental license, or the business license and use and occupancy certificate, you're gonna be subject to code enforcement and daily fines for that. So no, you're not supposed to rent property until you have those. You're not gonna be able to get those until the
It's
exit
complied.
sign and elevator issues are resolved. So the only thing I'm saying is that there's no way you can legally rent it until then. So you're at one choice. Either way, I'm going to set the compliance date for that July date. And if everything happens correctly, then you should be able to get your business license by then and start renting. Alternatively, you could fill out the paperwork that the city requires to say you're not renting it out. And that makes those pieces of the code enforcement case go away immediately.
Okay.
So it's up to you. It's, I guess you could you get 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, I suppose, but I can't tell you how to proceed, but I think those are options you have, and you can speak with Ms. Turek or Ms. Bryant or whoever the appropriate person is offline and make a decision. But either way, I will set for
Your Honor.
today. Yeah.
If I may, for all the business license violations, including this one, if you'll set that for July 31st to allow time for the inspection after that other compliance date.
Well, that makes sense. So, what the,
And
and, all right, so at least for Mr. Pritchard's case, we'll set the compliance date on the business license for July 31st, which is 2 days after the July 29th elevator date, to give time for the city to inspect and close out the paperwork.
The other date's July 23rd. So
Whatever that was.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you have any questions, Mr. Pritchard? Is there anything else you'd like to tell me before I formally? All right. Anything else from the so on Mr. Pritchard's case, that will be my order. Those are the compliance dates. 2 weeks for the signs and the elevator temporary secure July 23rd for the elevator to be permanently temporarily closed, and July 31st for the business license. And then after that, I will grant the relief requested by the city in terms of administrative costs and daily fines if those compliance dates are not met. So that will be your order, Mr. Pritchard. Let me ask Ms. Turek, for all the other business license cases, are they in the same posture? It's the elevator and the
Yes, sir.
sign that's holding that up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then I would make the same findings and enter the same compliance dates and relief for all the other ones as well.
Okay.
Okay, I know that took some time, but that was a little complicated.
Yeah.
All right, and please stay in touch with the city as you move through this.
Me. Finish
Yep.
my number.
Are you good? Do you need to take a break or are
I'm
we?
good, but do you want to take a break?
No, I'm good. All right, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Yep.
Okay, now we have another fun one.
Trying to decide if you guys like me or really
We-
don't like me.
We are going to go to page 3 of the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so these are 11 lien reduction requests, different properties, different code officers, same bar. So I am going to call these one at a time. However, each officer has a repeat case. So those 3 repeat cases, I'll call after you rule on all the other cases, since the city is not in favor of reducing
None of the-
repeats.
And none of these are stipulated, I guess.
Yes, actually, all the ones I'm going to call right now will be stipulated.
Okay, that's something.
I believe that was my understanding.
Okay.
Okay. Page 3, item 11, case number 23-2126 is a public request for a lien reduction at 1249 16th Avenue North. Property owner is FYR SFR Barrer LLC, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach and the City of Lake Worth Beach is agreeing to be in a stipulated agreement with the property owner FYR SFR Borrower. The persons executing a stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1249 16th Avenue North. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city. The owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $70,000, and the owner agrees to pay $7,000 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $7,000, and the owner agrees to make the payment by May 27, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $70,000 shall be reinstated.
All right, thank you. Sir, is there anything you'd like to tell me about this particular one? I
was going to speak generally to the properties, the portfolio that was purchased, because they all have similar general conditions. But I
Okay.
can wait until we get to the repeat cases if you'd like.
Yeah, let's go ahead and, I do have the stipulated agreement, in the file. I have reviewed it. It's in proper form and it is approved. So let's bang those out and then, unless there's anything you want to tell me about any of the stipulated ones.
No, we appreciate the
Okay.
work that the city has put in. Code enforcement's been professional.
Okay.
fair.
Let's, get those off our plate, and then I'll give you the floor to talk about the ones that are the repeat cases.
Item 12, case number 23-2135, public request for a lien reduction at 926 13th Avenue North. Property owner is FYR SFR Bar LLC. Officer Dale, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Leticia Doe with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach has entered into a stipulated agreement with the property owner FYR SFR Bar LLC. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 926 13th Avenue North. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city. The owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $1,700, and the owner agrees to pay $170 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $170, and the owner agrees to make the payment by May 27, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $1,700 shall be reinstated.
Okay, I have reviewed the stipulated agreement in the file. It's in proper form and approved.
We're going to go to page 4, item 14, case number 23-703. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 516 North F Street. Property owner is, because we're doing the repeats last.
Oh.
So we're going to jump around. 516 North F Street, property owner is FYR SFR Bar LLC. Officer Dorcius.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, owner's address, and case numbers are read to the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach and the property owner FYR Borrower LLC, owner agent properly described below, that the person executing a stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien located at the property 516 North F Street in Lake Worth Beach. The owner has otherwise met all requirements of section 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinance relating to reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals to $29,625, and the owner agrees to make a payment of $2,962.50 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $2,962.50, and the owner agrees to make the payment no later than May 27, 2025. If the city does not receive the payment set forth above, this stipulation agreement shall be null and void with no further action taken by the city. An existing lien amount of $29,625 shall be reinstated.
I do have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I've reviewed it. It is in proper form and approved.
Item 15, case number 23-2204 is a public request for a lien reduction at 820 South D Street. Property owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC, Officer Garcias.
The City of Lake Worth Beach and the property owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC, the owner of the agent of the property described below, that the person executing the stipulation agreement has the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 820 South D Street in Lake Worth Beach. The owner has otherwise met all requirements of 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinance relating to reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals to $9,150, and the owner agrees to make a payment of $915 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $915, and the owner agrees to make the payment no later than May 27, 2025. If the city does not receive the payment set forth above, the stipulation agreement shall be null and void with no further action taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $9,150 shall be reinstated.
I do have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I've reviewed it. It is in proper form and approved.
Okay, we're going to go to page 5 of the agenda, item number 16, case number 18-5443. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 1120 South M Street. Property owner is FYR SFR Borrower LLC, Officer Turek.
Joel Turek, previously sworn. Stipulated agreement, FYR SFR Borrower LLC. Person executing stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1120 South M Street, Lake Worth Beach. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debt due to the city. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code cases. Owner has otherwise met all requirements of 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1. The lien existing on the property totals $70,600. Owner agrees to pay $14,120 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered in the lien to $14,120, and the owner agrees to make payment by May 26th. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount of the stipulated agreement, the case will be reset. If the city does not receive payment as set forth, stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $70,600 will be reinstated.
You have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I've reviewed it. It's in proper form and approved.
Item 18, case number 22-1920. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 1021 South L Street. Property owner is FYR SFR Borrower LLC, Officer Turek.
Suella Turek, previously sworn, FYR SFR Borrower LLC. Person executing this stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1021 South L Street, Lake Worth Beach. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debt. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code cases. Owner has otherwise met all requirements of section 2-69.3 and 2-69.3-1. The lien existing on the property totals $4,100, and the owner agrees to pay $410 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend the special magistrate order be entered, reducing the lien to $410. The owner agrees to make payment by May 26th. If the city does not receive payment as set forth, this stipulated agreement shall be null and void, and the existing lien amount of $4,100 shall be reinstated.
You have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I've reviewed it. It is in proper form and approved.
Item 19, case number 23-2206, public request for a lien reduction at 1428 South D Street. Property owner FYR SFR Bar LLC, Officer Turek, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Sue Turk, previously sworn. FYR, SFR borrower, person executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement and bind. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1428 South D Street. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code cases. Owner has otherwise met all requirements of 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1. The lien existing on the property totals $7,200, and the owner agrees to pay $720 to settle the lien. The city will recommend the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $720, and the owner agrees to make payment by May 26th of 2025. If the city does not receive payments, the agreement shall be null and void with no further action taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $7,200 will be reinstated.
I do have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I've reviewed it. It is in proper form and approved.
Page 6, item 20, case number 23-1980 is a public request for a lien reduction at 1009 South B Street. Property owner is FYR SFR Borrower LLC, Officer Tyler, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Tyler, City of Lake Worth Beach, Code Enforcement. The City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC, owner or agent of the owner of property described below. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1009 South B Street, Lake Worth Beach. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city. Owner has otherwise met all requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances. The lien existing on the property total $3,075, and the owner agrees to pay $307.50 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $307.50, and owner agrees to make payment by May 27th, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $3,075 shall be reinstated.
Okay, I do have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I did review it. It's in proper form and approved.
Now we're going to go back to page 3, item number 10, case number 22-1833, public request for a lien reduction at 1401 14th Avenue North. Property owner is FYR SFR Borrower LLC, Officer Dale.
Officer Letisa Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This is a repeat case that was initiated on October 19, 2022. It went to hearing on November 17, 2022. The owner has otherwise met all requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The repeat violations cited were 14-32 for a business license, which was complied on August 10, 2023, and 14-35, which was a use and occupancy inspection in which the owner passed inspection number 58472 on August 10, 2023. The property was fined at $150 per day for repeat violations starting on October 19, 2022 until August 10, 2023, and the property was out of compliance for 295 days. Due to the case being cited as a repeat violator, the city is not inclined to a lien reduction.
What is the fine that's accrued?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
$44,250.
44,250.
That is correct.
That's 150 times 295. Okay. Why don't you put the other two on the record and then you can speak to everything?
Okay.
Let's get everything
Can I
on
ask
the
a
record.
Clarification on this case.
I beg your pardon?
Can I just ask for a clarification on
Sure.
this request?
Of course.
So is the repeat component the no business license and use and occupancy certificate?
Yes, it is code 14-32 and 14-35,
Right, I see
yes.
the site on the agenda.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go to page 4, item 13, case number 23-47. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 532 South K Street. Property owner FYR SFR Bar LLC. Officer Dorcius.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius of the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, owner's address, and case numbers are read to the record. Repeat case number 23-47 was initiated on January 5th, 2023. The case went to hearing on January 26th, 2023. The owner has otherwise met all requirements, section 2-69.3 and sections 2-69.3.1 of the City Court Ordinance related to reduction of code enforcement liens. Repeat violations 12-17 storage accumulation was complied on January 24th, 2023. 12-18 trash and debris was complied on February 28th, 2023. 14-32 business license was complied on January 26th, 2024. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection was complied on January 26th, 2024. The owner failed use and occupancy inspection number 58872 on November 21st, 2023. Please see attachment. Landscape violation 23.6-1 was resolved on January 18, 2023. The property was fined at $150 per day for the repeat violation starting on January 5th, 2023 until January 26, 2024. The property was out of compliance for 386 days. The following violations below were not cited as a repeat violation. 2-756.2 general requirements. The owner was cited to please repair the damaged wood on wooden siding. And the owner also was cited to contact planning and zoning due to the rear gravel driveway that was installed in the back of the property without a permit. The wooden siding violation was complied on November 21st, 2023. As for the gravel parking, that violation was resolved on January 29th, 2024 due to the owner removing the gravel parking and installed live-proof living ground cover. The owner also cited for 2-75.9 for landscape violation, which was complied on November 21st, 2023. The property was fined at $100 per day for the non-repeat violation starting on April 27, 2023 until January 29, 2024. The property was out of compliance for 277 days for the non-repeat violations. Due to the case being cited as a repeat violator, the city is not inclined to reduction for the lien. That was fast.
All right. Please. So there was a 2019 case,
Mhm.
then there was a 2023 case, but you didn't treat it as a repeat. Is that?
All right, so for the 2019 case, so when it comes to a few of these violations, like general requirements and the landscape debris, that wasn't a repeat, but the case, so it wasn't cited as a repeat.
Right. But today you're arguing that it was a repeat.
The following violation that was increased was 12-17, 12-18, 1432, and 1435, which was also cited in the 2019 case.
So I'm looking at the order from 23.
It was a bifurcated order.
2347. Okay.
There should be.
There it is. Okay. Okay. I got you.
That was when we didn't do separate
There were
cases.
two. Or so there was an order. So there was treated as a repeat. I see. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Give me a minute here. Case, here we go. So I'm looking at the 2019 case. It looks like there was an order finding violation from a hearing on May 30th of 2019.
Okay. They were fine, $75 per day.
All right, that was a bifurcated order. Some violations had to be complied by June 10th and others by August 1st. And it looks like everything complied on either July 9th or July 30th. So
12-17 was complied on July 9, 2019, 12-18, 23.6-1, 14-32, 14-35, and 23.4-10 were all complied on July 30th, 2019.
and the repeat code section. Find those orders again. Because it looks like everything complied within the compliance date except for well, let's see. 1227 and 1228. I don't see those even listed. All right, I'm really having a hard time following you on this one. In terms of the 2019 case required compliance with city code 1227 and 1228 by June 10th. And required compliance with city code 1432, 1435, 23.61, 23.410 by August 1st. Everything was complied by August 1st.
Which case are you talking about exactly?
In the 20,
I'm looking at case
Your Honor, this is-
2019-1230, which is what's in the file that you've handed me.
All right, so say that again, please.
Your Honor, the 2023 case was found as a repeat for those violations that were complied in the time given in the order.
Right.
2019 case, but they were still found as violations and thus repeats in the 2023 case. And we're not here to re-adjudicate that fact.
No, but one thing that I like to see in the original case, I mean, was the stuff really out of compliance for a lengthy period of time, or was it complied relatively quickly? It looks like
All
everything.
right, so
in the original case-
14-32 for the business license was not complied till January 26, 2024, along with the use and occupancy inspection.
The 2023 case, the violations were in existence.
Well,
over a
I
year.
understand that, but to me, it makes a difference if you're basing a repeat case on a case that was out of violation for a long time versus a case that was out of compliance for a day. That matters to me. And in this case, the 2019 case was not out of compliance for all that long. Yes, technically it was a repeat case, but it wasn't like it was out of compliance for months and months and months. It was out of compliance for a couple of days. That's something I'm going to consider. That's all. Okay. I'm with you. There's one more case to put in.
Yes, sir. Page 5, item number 17, case number 22-1759 is a public request for a lien reduction at 1120 South M Street. Property owners FYR SFR Bar LLC, Officer Turek.
Sue Turek, previously sworn. Case number, address, owner's name has been read into the record. The property is in compliance. It's free of all outstanding debt. This was also a repeat case, so the city is not inclined to give any reduction at this time. The repeat was opened on 10/12 of 22, and it was complied on 5/12 of 23. The hearing was on 10/28 of 22. Fines ran from 9/16 of 22 to 5/12 of 2023 at $150 per day. So the total amount is $35,700 and may be paid on or before May 27th.
Okay. Anything else from the city before I go to
No,
the
sir.
the applicant for the lien reduction? Yes, sir. Go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then the floor is yours.
Sir Patrick Malloy.
Yes, sir.
Would you like me to enter a property address or my address?
The property addresses.
Shall we start with 531 South K Street? Or
Go ahead.
532 South K Street?
Okay.
excuse me. I just had a question for clarification for Officer Turk. What was the repeat violation?
The repeat violations were 12-17, 1432, 1435, and 275.6.2. You need me to clarify on what they were?
No.
Okay, just the numbers.
Whenever you're ready, around.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just a little bit about the portfolio, if I may first. FYR SFR stands for front yard real estate, and it's a single family residential portfolio, which by definition is distributed portfolio. It was originally assembled in the early 2013, 14, 15, 16 by another property owner. It primarily consists in Lake Worth Beach of approximately 34 properties. All of those properties are either older 2-1s or 3-1s that are wood structures, some wood and stucco. Some dating back to the 1930s, primarily in 30s and 40s. There have been some that have been and 50s, excuse me. There have been some that have been updated as early as the 70s, but the fact pattern is still the same. They're small properties. They require a tremendous amount of maintenance. There's not a lot of storage room on the property for the tenants. And one of the patterns that we find in managing these properties is the tenants have done historically a poor job of policing their personal items and properly putting away the trash. And I think you'll also find through some of these that are also stipulated that there were some non-permitted improvements that were made to the property that we weren't aware of at the time of the acquisition. So Progress started the acquisition in 2019 and took operational control by acquiring the entity in late 2021, coming out of COVID. We inherited a property manager and then put in place Progress's own property management going into 2023. So it's been a bit of a struggle to get our arms around these properties and understand the uniqueness of where they are. In some of them are, as I stated, because of the age in the historical districts. It's been we found a lot of deferred maintenance. Like I said, we inherited a lot of tenants that no one had really policed, particularly through COVID, as far as their behavior and performance compliance with the rental contracts. The one thing that I will note is that on the business license and use and occupancy certificate non-compliances, what I understand, and I'll defer to the officers to correct me if I'm wrong, is those inspections in many instances were called for, but they failed because there were underlying violations at the time of the inspection, including but not limited to trash, debris, failure to put away personal items, and non-permitted activities like a driveway that you heard referenced. And one of them, there were awnings that were installed by a resident during COVID that were discovered after the fact. So on those repeat violations that include 1432 and 1435, it's my understanding that there were underlying violations that when the inspections were called for, they were failed, but they were ultimately cured and the fees for those licenses were paid for those years. That's my understanding of the fact pattern that we're looking at for those violations.
On my particular one, the 1432 and 1435, when we cite both of them, that means that they did not follow through either with payment or the use and occupancy inspection. Now, granted, they may have failed the inspection, yes, for the items that he's speaking of.
And I think that's important, Your Honor, because it does show an attempt to compliance. We're not, even prior to us inheriting these properties, they weren't operated and managed to our standards, but there was an attempt to
And that's not an uncommon fact pattern that we see. Those licenses are often held up by minimum property standard type violations that
Right.
have to be cured before they can be.
Understood.
Yeah.
And I think I'm less prepared than I would be otherwise, because going into last week, I thought all of these were going to be stipulated. We didn't even know that these were repeat offenses until some of the settlements were pulled back. Understandably so. I understand a violation is a violation and a repeat is a repeat. What's striking is some of the sizes of these fines in relation to the value of these properties. Because of the type of property they are, 2-1s or 3-1s, lot size 3,500 square feet, listed value $250,000 to $270,000. They're really more valuable for the land value than they are for the structure. At 86,000, 37.5 and 44. Those would be, significant percentages of the overall value of the property itself. These properties are maintained now. They're in code. We've been doing this for over a year to get all the non-permitted work either removed or re-permitted and submitted in compliance. I wouldn't be standing here today if we hadn't gotten the entire portfolio in compliance. Because as you know, they're cross-collateralizing and you can't come until everything is in compliance.
Yeah.
The company's invested a tremendous amount of time and effort and capital to get into compliance. I would point out in the audience, Mr. Mike Seidler, who is the South Florida Compliance Director now for the company.
Okay.
Hello. And I know that a lot of the officers have met Mike in his efforts to get all these in compliance. Given that history, generally speaking, we'd like to request a reduction to the outstanding fines to 20% of the face value. We understand that they weren't operated to our standards before we acquired them, and the repeats preceded our ownership, but ownership is ownership. Yep. And we understand that we do have an obligation to the prior performance of these properties. We apologize for the inconvenience to the city and the resources they've had to spend on this. Again, I'd like to compliment the code enforcement staff for being very professional, straightforward, firm, but fair.
They're a good group here.
They are a
for
good group.
sure.
And we've worked all over Florida basically to get these resolved on behalf of this portfolio.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
If I may, on agenda item number 13, case number 2347.
Yes.
Since that was a kind of two-part case where some violations were repeat and some were not.
Right.
The repeat violations, the fine has accrued to $57,900.
57.9. Okay.
Yes, and the non-repeat accrued to $27,700, and the city would be willing to drop that portion down to the 10%, which would be $2,770.
Tell me the non-repeat numbers
The
again.
non-repeat is $27,700, which would go to $2,770.
Okay.
And otherwise, again, Your Honor, as you know, the city is very adamant that repeats are repeats and does not recommend any fine reductions for repeat violations.
Understood. Thank you. Okay. And thank you for, I did not have those numbers handy. I was trying to figure those out. So, okay. And just so that I want to make sure I have the numbers right then. And so we have agenda item number 10, which is case 22-1833. The total lien in that case is $44,250. We have agenda item 13, where we have a bifurcated order. We have a $27,700 lien and a $57,900 lien, and non-repeat and repeat violations respectively. And then we have agenda item 17 with the total lien amount of $35,700. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Yes. Okay. Anything else you want to put onto the record?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do then. We'll start with, we'll just, agenda item 10. I'm gonna reduce the $44,250 lien to $10,000. I'm gonna agenda item 13. I'm going to on the non-repeat violations, I will reduce the $27,700 to $2,770. I will reduce the $57,900 lien to $12,000. And in agenda item 17, which is case 22-1759, the total lien is $35,700. I will reduce that one to $7,000. What was the time frame on all the stipulated? Is it 30 days?
May 27th.
May 27th.
Same date.
No problem.
All right, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That one took some time too, but thank you everybody for your walking me through things. Good luck, sir. Okay. Any more surprises?
No, no more surprises. That was all of them. Oh, you had one more, but they got taken off.
Where to next?
We are going to page 18, item number 73, case number 25-363, property address of 1601 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is 1601 Dixie LLC, Officer Domingo.
Yeah.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance. Case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. This case was initiated on February 13, 2025 as an internal license complaint, with existing violations being 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lakewood Beach business license for unit Unit 202, Business Tropical Travel Services. Unit 206, Businesses Brows Beauty Health Spa, LLC. And Radiant Brows Cosmetic Tattoo. Unit 208, Business Dixie Pet Spa, LLC. Unit 102, Business Bella Bella Dresses. Dresses. Tenant Unit 106, Beyond Beauty Pros plus 2 professionals. And violation 14-35, with it being Unit 102, Business Bella Bella Dresses. Formal notice of violation in here was issued via certified mail on March 3rd, 2025. Certified mail is in transit. Posted at Property and City Hall on March 4th, 2025. The last reinspection was on April 22nd, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. The city's recommendation time is for May 30, 2025, or pay fines of $100 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 30, 2025.
Have applications been made, or where are we in the?
So they had to pay, and one of them, which is Unit 102, needs to get their use and occupancy inspection.
Is that all that's left?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Lexi Dunn, and I'm representing the owner of 1601 Dixie. So we have apartments on this property, and then 10 of the units are retail. So to get some of these businesses to go online and pay, it's been kind of tough. I mean, I call them, I email them. I wish I could just go online and pay them for them and just bill that back to them, because really all we do is collect their rent.
Yeah.
So I got in touch with 102, which one of the past use on occupancy. He scheduled his for Tuesday. Meant to email you about that. And then all the other ones, there's just 4 that need to go online and pay. So I'm gonna go hound them again today, but I'm working my best as I can.
All right, so continuing with your best efforts.
Yeah, I think
another
if
month.
30 days, yeah, I can get it done.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I threatened to, give them fines and whatnot. So hopefully that, puts a fire in them and gets it
Indeed.
done.
Okay. Anything
Yeah.
else you'd like to tell me?
Yeah, just like moving forward, because this might be something that like to handle going forward. Like if their business license is expired, for us as a landlord, we don't care if it gets shut down or not, so I don't know if there's a way the city can work with us and like, go to them directly, because as a landlord trying to go online and get them to apply, it's been tough because they'll email me, oh, I'm doing it, but then they actually don't do it. So I don't know moving forward, this is the first time we're handling it. The property's only 3 years old. So I don't know if moving forward, we kind of.
Let you guys have
about
that
it.
conversation offline, see what you can come up with on that. But for today, for this case, I'm happy to do the May 30th
Okay.
compliance date.
Okay.
All right.
No
Anything
problem.
else from the city?
No, sir.
Okay, then city has proper notice. I will find property remains in violation as cited and grant the relief that's been requested by the city. Thank you.
Page 15, item 59, case number 25-375, property address of 1702 North Ocean Breeze. Property owner is Nina M. Olinder and Helen Speckles. Officer Correct.
Yeah.
Orlando Correct with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 20th, 2025 during an internal license complaint. Existing violations is 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Nina M. Olinder and Helen I. Speckles. 14-35, please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Nina M. Olinder and Helen I. Speckles. Use and occupancy inspection number 54506, completed on April 23rd, 2025, and failed due to no permit for new AC unit. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 4th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on March 17th, 2025. Posted at Property and City Hall on March 6th, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 23rd, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is May 26th, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 26, 2025.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And name and address, and then the floor is yours.
Name is Nina Olander.
Yes, ma'am.
1702 North Ocean Breeze in Lake Worth. We found out about that AC on March 18th. It wasn't part of the original violation that he posted. It came upon after the fact. So I've been in contact with the contractor since Well, he came out on March 31.
Okay.
And ever since then, we corrected a couple of updates on it, and then, starting April 3rd, I was receiving texts that he was applying for the permit and went on and on. Something happened along the way and things got delayed. But, he finally told me on the 16th that everything was submitted. We signed all the paperwork for the permit. And, I went down to the city on the when was I down there? 23rd? 22nd. So I went down to the city to check on it on the 22nd, and it was nowhere in the system. So I had to contact him again. And, he went down yesterday on the 23rd, and he sent me something showing that it's already submitted and it's in the review process.
Okay.
For the AC permit. So that's where we're at.
So assuming no comments, the May 26th date should be.
No, sir, I'm sorry. May 26th is Memorial Day. I would like to change that date to May 27th, 2025.
Yeah. You're right. That's right. But that's still, if it's in the system, that's another month. That should get you through, I would think. Is getting that permit, I mean, it looks like you've complied a lot of things out already. It's like, that's what's holding up the
Yes, sir.
the
That's all.
Okay. I'm inclined to make that May 27th the compliance date and then tell you what I tell everybody.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
since it's a permanent issue, we're happy to give till July 23rd.
July 23rd. How about that?
That's better.
We'll take, I'm sure you have no objection to that. Nor do I. I will, we'll give you July 23rd as the compliance date. That's 90 days to get it through the system. And that should be plenty of time to get you done. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
Well, do I have to pay a fine? Or,
So let me explain. If it's in compliance before July 23rd, there will be no daily fines that accrue. No matter what, city's entitled by law to recover its administrative costs for bringing this hearing, which are $425.29. I will award those to the city, but I'll give you until the July 23rd date to pay that as well. So you'll have to pay the administrative costs. There won't be, and that's a one time that doesn't accrue. The daily fines would start to accrue at $75 per day if you don't hit the July 23rd compliance date. If you don't, if you're getting close to that and something happens, despite your best efforts, ask for an opportunity to come back and request additional time so that the fines don't start running. So that's long answer to a short question. Anything else? Any other questions or anything
no,
else?
guess that's it.
Okay, anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Then we'll find proper notice. I will find property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. I'll find compliance with all other code sections that were originally cited. We'll set July 23rd as the compliance date. After that, the daily fines would be $75 per day until compliance is achieved, and the administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and due no later than July 23rd. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you very much.
We're going to go to page 6 of the agenda. Item number 23, case number 24-1594. It's a public request for an extension of time of compliance at 1841 17th Avenue North. Property owner is Jimba Jim Investments, LLC. Also on the next page, item 24, case number 24-1911, public request for an extension of time for compliance at 1821 7th Avenue North. Property owner is Jimba Jim Investments, LLC.
Thank you. Explains why you handed me two fines.
Yeah.
Guys.
Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. The owner is seeking an extension of time until May 29th, 2025. Both cases went to the magistrate hearing on February 27th of 2025. It was ordered to be in compliance by March 26th of 2025. On April 3rd was our second inspection that I conducted, and all minor violations and life health safety violations have been corrected. Owner just has a few more tenants to get their license approved or removed from the property. And so he's just seeking an extra more time to do it. The city is in favor of the extension.
Okay, go ahead and tell me your name and address, sir, and then.
My name is Hugo Jimenez, and we're at 1841 and 1821 7th Avenue North is the property in question here in Lake Worth Beach.
Yes, sir.
We are down finally to our last, well, first of all, I'd love to say I'm glad that we're not separated out into 55 different units in separate cases because I'm afraid
Me
they
too.
walk out on us.
Me too.
But we're down to our final 4 tenants business licenses and 1 remaining maintenance item. So we're working as diligently as we can to get through all these items. We purchased this property in February of 2023.
Yeah.
And these were all pre-existing items, including code enforcement issues, work done without permits, everything like that. And we're doing our best to remedy everything in a timely manner.
Sounds like you're making forward progress.
Well, Bobby's been extremely helpful as well as a number of other people in the city as well.
Well, I have no problem with the request. I will grant the extension in both cases.
Thank you very much.
bet.
Appreciate
Good
it.
luck.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, page 10 of the agenda, item number 37, case number 25-709. Property address of 8 South J Street. Property owner is Boydston Building LLC. Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. Case was initiated on 3/19/2025 as a field observation. Existing repeat violations are 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for tenant 2 Snoots Music Inc. and Top 5 Records LLC. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for 2 Snoots Music Inc. 15-43 for graffiti. Please remove all graffiti from all areas of property to include exterior walls of structure and alleyway. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on 3/19/2025. Certified mail received on 3/24/2025. Posted at property in City Hall 3/31/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is fines of $250 per day until compliance is met, starting from March 19th, 2025. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by May 28th, 2025.
It's a repeat.
A repeat.
Mm. 2023 case 230831. What happened then? August 31st, 2023 hearing, compliance date October 2nd.
So the repeat.
The compliance.
So the repeat was 23-831. That was the case. I went to hearing on 8/31/2023. It was ordered compliance by 10/2/2023. The 3 violations that went to the hearing were the business license, use and occupancy inspection, and the graffiti. And they complied on 9/25/2023. So before that date.
So they complied with the order.
Yes, but they did go to the hearing.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yes, sir.
My name's Jeff Larson. I am manager for Boydston Building LLC, the property owner.
Okay. Floor is yours.
All right. More broadly, first of all, Top 5 Records and 2 Snoots are no longer tenants in the building.
Okay.
Top 5 was owned by a gentleman who passed several months ago. His, I believe, accountant or friend sort of took over the business. We had a bit of a verbal lease. And then I think that was more, she was hoping to continue. It was a long time, sort of beloved record store, but she just wasn't, in my opinion, up to run the business, and that sort of fizzled. It's hard to say exactly. Was trying to work with her, but included in not being up to running the business was maintaining business license. I share the frustration of the other landlords here, where we don't have any power to force people to do anything. So I think it's difficult for us to to sometimes do these things. If it were up to me, or if I could unilaterally do it, I would have done it. But
Yeah.
These are two neither of these entities are tenants, and that's been acknowledged by the lady who I believe goes under the Two Snoots company.
Are there different tenants now, or is it?
No,
yeah,
it's landlord, under landlord control of the building. So it hasn't been released.
I don't know if you have an answer to this question or not. Do you have any sense for whether the graffiti artists were drawn to the building because of the record store
Well,
use, or I
don't believe so.
I don't know.
I just to give you the information on that front. I've probably repainted this 10 times
Okay.
in the last year. So
Oh.
I must say I feel more like the victim than the perpetrator here. Whenever we repaint it, within a day or a week, it's re-graffitied. We actually painted it a darker color for the time being out of desperation, just this section. Because if I paint it the lighter color of the building within a day or two, it'll be re-graffitied. More broadly, I bought the building a couple of years ago, the Boydston building, of which I'm the majority shareholder and manager. We've been undergoing what has been a growing renovation, as we recognized, and working with the city to put over $1 million into the building. The building's almost 100 years old. Without my million, it would have been not made it far into its second century. All the while dealing with repeat graffiti. I don't know what to do. Shy of sell the building. It's just whenever I paint it, it gets re-graffiti immediately. So I'd be happy. It's not about trying to maintain the building. I'd be happy to do that, but need some help.
Your testimony is that you've painted this thing, you said 10 times?
I would say approximately 10 times. I don't know if it's 8 or 11, but and if I repaint it, it's within anywhere from days to less than a month or month and a half that it gets re-graffitied. In general, it's multiple times. And I'm highly confident that if it's painted the light color of the building, it'll be graffitied within 30 days, 45 days.
Okay.
It's the side, so it's in kind of an alleyway, but it's.
No, I've got the photographs.
Yeah.
I can see that. See the back of the building and then alleyway, and then there's looks like they actually painted graffiti on the permit box. Point of time. Yeah, this is really a tough one because legally it's a repeat violation. But well, and let me ask, I guess the city, is there anything else you'd like to put on the record in response, or do you have any questions?
I would say with the business licensing, contact building to deactivate those two licenses.
I had spoken with the owner before opening the repeat to either inactivate the business licenses or get them approved. So he was aware of it before it became a repeat violation, before the case was opened.
Okay. And you actually make a good point. My order really will, I'm not going to penalize you because of the graffiti. That seems to me, and I don't have a good answer for you on how you overcome that. The business license stuff you need to stay on top of. And I guess this is sort of in a posture as we had an earlier case. If it's not going to be occupied, you have choices. You can tell the city, it's not going to be occupied. I don't know how much sense that makes for a commercial property or not. Again, that's either get the license current or put it in a position that you're telling the city that it's not going to be
Well,
used.
if I might, this is one tenant of three
Right.
first floor tenants. So the woman who is, sort of had verbally taken over a month-to-month lease from her friend who died, who was the top 5 LLC guy. I've repeatedly told her she needs to keep her business license up. She, in fact, had told me she had an inspection set in October. I think she unilaterally canceled that. And then I got this notice. So, that's the issue.
Magistrate, top 5 records, they submitted an application for the business license September 20th of 2024. It was approved September 27th of 2024.
Okay.
She just never scheduled the inspection.
And that's the business of it.
Correct.
So is that approval on stale and then start over? Or?
No, she would just need to apply. I mean, for the business, do the call in for the inspection.
You could still call it.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, she's no longer a tenant, so.
So then you need to contact the city and let them know she's not a tenant.
Okay.
And call for the inspection as the landlord for that space.
Okay, inspection.
You would also need to deactivate the top 5 records if they're not there, because both of them are showing still. One needs to pay and one needs an inspection.
These are business licenses, but I have one for the landlord.
Correct, but if you had tenants there who were applying and the tenants aren't there anymore, you need to notify the city so those applications can be pulled out of the system and won't reflect as needing to be finalized for your property. Then you may need to get those units inspected as the landlord. And I recommend you work with PBSO on your graffiti issue.
Okay, anything else, sir? Anything else?
No, sir.
Anything else? Anybody on this? All right. City has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence in this case, I will find property remains in violation. As cited, it is a repeat violation based on case number 230831. It's like the repeat violation was first observed on March 19th.
Correct.
I'm gonna assess $75 per day fines beginning March 19th, and they're going to continue to accrue until you get those business license issues resolved. And I mean, on the graffiti, I mean, as soon as it's wiped off, I would urge the city to get out, let them know so that you can just go out, inspect it and close this one out. And I don't have a better answer on that for you either. And again, my order is really more reflective of the business license issue than the graffiti issue, because I don't know. I wish I could tell you a better solution to keeping the graffiti artists away. I don't know, other than trying to work with law enforcement. All right, I'll sign that order. And I'll grant the other relief requested by the city in terms of administrative costs. There's no compliance date since it's a repeat case. All right, good luck, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the graffiti, I didn't know what.
As soon as it's covered up, let the city know so they can come out and inspect. I understand even if the artists are watching and they're going to be back, but at least the city can come out and inspect and see that it's in compliance at that point. Okay, good luck.
Okay, that's all the respondents. Do you want to take a break or you want to keep going? We got about 30 here.
I'm fine, but I'm happy to take a break if anybody needs to stretch their legs.
Yes.
Good.
All right, let's
No, you're good. You don't
let's
go nowhere.
press on.
Hey, you need to go nowhere. See, where you going? You can't go.
Are we taking a break to go to the bathroom?
Bathroom.
No, we're not gonna take, we're gonna just move, keep going.
Who's going
Keep
first?
going. Brittany's going first and then, Bedleen. Okay, we're gonna go to page 29 of the agenda. Item 126. Case number 25-43. This is a request by the city to vacate a previous order at 611 South A Street. Property owner is FLSHLFIRE. Officer Tyler.
Officer Tyler previously sworn. Owner's name, address have been read on the record along with the case number. The city is requesting to vacate the order finding violation and assessing fine and claim of lien recorded at official records for 35613 at pages 596 through 598 and filed on March 18, 2025.
Granted.
Thank you.
Page 19, item 80, case number 24-2686. Property address of 1301 First Avenue South. Property owner is 1301 First Avenue South LLC. Officer Dorcia.
Greetings, Code Officer Federline Dorcia, the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Case number, owner's name, owner's address have been read to the record. Property location 1301 First Avenue South. The case is initiated as an internal complaint on December 12th, 2024. Existing violation 14-32 business license. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. At this time, no license application has been submitted by the property owner. 2-756.2 general requirements. The owner will decide to process the following expired permit applications by contacting the building department. Permit application number 21-347 for a residential remodel. That permit expired on December 13th, 2022. Permit application 20-3710. That residential electric permit expired on September 25th, 2021. I received an email from the building division on April 21st, 2025 regarding permit application number 21-347, which failed the final inspection on March 3rd, 2023 due to no one was at the site and the permit was not posted. The permit was reissued on March 8th, 2023 and again on March 9th, 2023, which had the same results. The permit was expires pending the final inspection. Permit application number 20-3710 failed the final inspection on March 31st, 2021. Notes from the final inspection can be seen in the case file as well as an attached email that's inside the case file. The former notice of violation was issued via certified mail on January 22nd, 2025. Certified mail was not received. It was unable to be delivered as addressed or unable to be forwarded. The property in City Hall was posted on January 24th, 2025. The property last reinspection date was April 21st, 2025. Photographs of the property has been taken showing the violations. The city had no personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time for voluntary compliance would be June 23rd, 2025, plus administration cost of $425.29 being paid by June 23rd, 2025, or pay the fine of $75 per day.
All right, I will find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited, grant the relief requested by the city.
We're going to go to page 18 of the agenda, item number 72, case number 25-356. Property address of 1516 North A Street. Property owner is Michael Connerty, Trust. Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. The case was initiated on February 13th, 2025 as an internal license complaint with existing violation being 14-32 and 14-35. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lakewood Beach business license, and please pass a use and occupancy inspection. 3.2-21. Please obtain a building permit for the added pavers to the driveway, the new door under the carport. Please note that permit number 25, 25-1049 for the door was submitted on 4/16/2025 and is currently in plan review. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 24th, 2025, and certified mail was delivered, posted at property and City Hall on February 24th, 2025. The last reinspection was on April 22nd, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. The city's recommendation time is for May 30th, 2025, or pay $75 per day at their city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 30th, 2025.
All right, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find property remains in violation as cited, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 74, case number 25-379, property address of 1727 12th Avenue North. Property owner is 12th Avenue Land Trust, Eric Gamble as trustee, Officer Domingo. I'm sorry? Yes.
Yeah. Case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Carlos with the City of Lakewood Beach, court compliance. Case was initiated on February 13th, 2025 as a field observation with existing violations being 14-32 and 14-35. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lakewood Beach business license and schedule and pass your use and occupancy inspection, with owner being 12th Avenue Land Trust, Gamble Eric Trust, with all other violations being complied. Formal notice of violation here was issued via certified mail on February 27th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at property and City Hall on February 26th, 2025. The last reinspection was on April 22nd, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has not been made. The city's recommendation time is for May 30th, 2025, or pay fines of $75 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 30th, 2025.
Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remained in violation as cited, except that it has complied with City Code 2-75.6.2, and will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 75, case number 25-431, property address of 1125 North F Street. Property owner is Brent Joseph, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach, co-compliant. Case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 20th, 2025 as a field observation with existing violation being 23.2-21. Please, the property owner failed to secure a building permit, apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for the overhang ceiling over the front door on the backside structure. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 21st, 2025. Certified mail is in transit, posted at property and City Hall on February 24th, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 22nd, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has not been made. The city's recommendation time is for May 30th, 2025, or pay fines of $75 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 30th, 2025.
Is this the, I'm just trying to looking at the pictures. Is this the thing that's unpermitted in the bottom picture? The thing over the front door? Yeah. Okay. Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file based on the testimony and the evidence I will find. Property actually is in compliance with everything that was cited in the notice, except City Code 23.2-21 remains in violation, and I will grant the relief requested by this.
Page 19, item 77, case number 25-507. Oh, take that back. No, that's right. 25507, property address of 510 24th Avenue North, Unit 203. Property owner is Kelvin Smith, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 24, 2025 as a internal license complaint. With the existing violation being 14-32 and 14-35, please apply for and obtain a City of Lakewood Beach business license. And please schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection with owner being Smith Kelvin. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 11th, 2025. Certified mail was returned to sender, posted at property in City Hall on May 11th, 2025. I'm sorry, March 11th, 2025. The last reinspection was on March 22nd, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has not been made. The city's recommendation time is for May 30th, 2025, with pay fines of $75 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $475.29 to be paid by May 30th, 2025.
Thank you. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. I find the property remains in violation as cited, and I grant the relief requested by the city.
We're going to go to page 23 of the agenda, item 94, case number 24-2682, property address of 401 8th Avenue South. Property owner is Val 07 LLC, Officer Turek.
Sue Ella Turek, previously sworn. Case was initiated on 12/27 of 24. The existing violations are 14-32, Lakeworth business license and a failed use and occupancy inspection. 1435, 2-75.62 to remove an unpermitted shed. This is removed per the owner, but I need to verify it because I haven't been back on the property to do the UNO. 2-21 permit for paver bricks. This has been disapproved by planning on 4/15. And I've given you the comments. I believe it covers too much area. They need to remove some. Failed inspection sheet with pics is also in the file. The courtesy notice was issued on 12/27/24, re-inspected 2/7/25. Certified mail received on March 13th of 25. Property posted on 2/12 of 25. This case was administratively postponed from March 27th, 2025 to April 24th, 2025. Property was re-inspected on 3/11/2025, and the last inspection was 4/23. Photographs have been taken, personal contact with the property I have had, and the recommendation of time is June 30th of 2025. And this administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 30th, 2025, and a fine of $75 per day.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, find the property remains in violation as cited and grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 95, case number 25-239, property address of 1105 South G Street, number 4. Property owner is Anita Jaggernoth and Kieran Jaggernoth, Officer Turek.
Bella Turek, previously sworn. Case was initiated on 2/11/2025. The violations are 1435 use and occupancy inspection. Had a failed inspection to add landscaping, clean steps and walkway and paint, repair fence, repair wheel stops and restripe lot, and to satisfy the open lien by complying and paying 19-2352. The 1432 for a business license. 2-75.62, please clean and paint steps and hallways. 23.4-4, fences, walls, and gates, repair chain link fence. 23.4-7, keeping all wheel stops anchored and keeping directional arrows and striping visible, and to please repaint all fading parking lot lines. 23.6-1, to please eliminate bare dirt from landscaping by installing approved living ground cover. Courtesy notice was issued on 2/11/25, re-inspected on 2/24. Formal notice was issued on 2/27/25, and it was returned via certified mail. Property was posted on 2/28/25. Property was re-inspected on 4/22/25. I have photographs and I have had personal contact with the owner. And the recommendation of time is May 27th/25. And the city is requesting the administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, or a fine of $75 per day.
You, respondent is not present, but city has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Find property remains in violation as cited, grant the relief requested by the city.
We're gonna go to page 29. Item number 124, case number 25-822, property address of 702 Latona Avenue. Property owner is Felicia Rodriguez as leasee and Community Land Trust of Palm Beach County, Inc. as leaseor. Officer Torres.
Okay, this is a repeat case. The case was initiated on 4/2/25, generated from repeat case number 232151. And those violations were, it was initiated on 11/15/23, went to hearing on 11/30/2023. The case was out of compliance for 6 days from 11/15/23 through 11/20/23, and the fine amount was $250 per day. So on this case, it was cited for outdoor storage. The 23-4-19 was the repeat violation. It complied on 4/4/25. The city recommends a fine of $500 per day. The violation ran for 3 days from 4/2 to 4/4/25 with a total of $1,500. I have had contact with the owner. Certified mail was received on 4/7, posted on 4/4. Property was re-inspected on 4/4. Photographs are in the file. And that's it. The repeat case ran for 3 days.
3 days, okay. Find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find property, let's see, was in violation as cited for 3 days, but is now in compliance. I find that that violation was a repeat violation based on case 23-2151, and I will grant the relief requested by us.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to page 1 of the agenda. Item number 1, case number 19-305 is a public request for a lien reduction at 1617 North Federal Highway. Case name was Min Bondrake. The new owner is the Richard and Min Bondrake Foundation, Inc. Officer Correct. They entered into a stipulated agreement.
Code Officer Orlando Curette, City of Lake Worth Beach, code compliance. Owner's name, address, and case number has already been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner, Richard and Min Von Drack Foundation, Inc., owner or agent for the owner of the property described below, hereinafter referred to as owner, hereby stipulate to the following matters. The persons executing this stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms contained herein. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1617 North Federal Highway, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, 33460 for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have an active code compliance case. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of section 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existed on the property, total $260,875, and owner agrees to pay $52,175 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $52,175, and owner agrees to make payment by May 27th, 2025. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount stipulated in this agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing date. In such event, the city shall give another owner no less than 5 days notice of the new hearing date. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void, with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $260,875 shall be reinstated.
Have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. It's in proper form and it is approved.
We're going to go to page 10 of the agenda, item number 39, case number 25-178, property address of 1828 North Palm Way. Property owner is Muniza Rahman and Sadiq Rahman, Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 3rd, 2025, after a citizen complaint. Existing violations are 12-18. Please remove all trash and debris from the property perimeter. 2-75.6.2. Please repair, repaint, peeling, chipping paint on fascia. Please move forward with permit numbers 24-3092 and 24-3019, or contact the building department to have them voided. 2-75.6.5. All electrical equipment, wiring, and appliances shall be properly installed and maintained in a safe and approved manner. Please repair exposed wires in backyard. Please repair, replace missing broken light by side rear door. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 12th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on March 4th, 2025. Posted at Property and City Hall on February 13th, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 17th, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is May 27th, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025.
Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with city codes 1432 and 2-75.6.6, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Page 14, item number 58, case number 25-333, property address of 616 11th Avenue North. Property owner is Karen Donnelly, Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. Owner's name, address, and case number has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 12th, 2025 during a field observation. Existing violations are 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Karen Donnelly. 14-35. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Karen Donnelly. 23.2-21. apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for water heater. All of the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 14th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on February 19th, 2025. Posted at Property and City Hall on February 18th, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 16th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time for compliance is May 27th, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025.
Another tankless water. Okay, respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. I will find property remains in violation of city codes 1432, 1435, and 23.2-21 upon compliance with the other code sections cited in the notice and grant the relief requested by the city.
Okay, page 15, item number 60, case number 25-605. Property address is 1101 North Federal Highway. Property owner is RJB Real Estate Holdings LLC. Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Correct with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. Owner's name, address, and case number has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on March 4th, 2025 during a field observation. Existing violations are 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner RJB Real Estate Holdings LLC. 14-35. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner RJB Real Estate Holdings LLC. Use and occupancy inspection number 58834 completed on April 14th, 2025 and was disapproved. 12-18, please remove all trash and debris from property perimeter. 2-75.6.2, please replace missing electrical covers. Please replace missing light covers. Please remove dirt mildew from all walkways. 23.4-7, parking lots and areas shall be maintained by the owner of the real property in good condition. Please resurface and restripe parking area. Building permit will be needed. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 11th, 2025. Certified mail was returned to sender, posted at Property and City Hall on March 13th, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 14th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. City recommendation time for compliance is May 27th, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025.
So 275, 6.6 complied.
All of the violations have been complied. Yes, sir.
All of them?
The shutters, 6.6,
Yeah.
was
Okay.
complied. And there was also a inoperable vehicle that was removed from the property.
That was 1539.
Yes, sir.
And then outdoor storage complied.
Outdoor storage has also been complied. Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
19, yes.
Okay. Respondent is not present. The city has proper notice with notice documents contained in the file. I will find property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with 2-75.6.6, 23.4-19, and 1539. Will grant the relief requested by the city.
We're going to go to page 7, item 25, case number 24-1962. Property address is 231 South Palm Way. Property owner is Nicole Garcia. Officer Bryant.
Agenda item 25, is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 9/12/2024 as a field observation from a failed license inspection. Existing violations are 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Garcia Nicole. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Garcia Nicole. 2-75.6.2 general requirements. Please prepare or replace all damaged/rotten wood of property to include wooden deck planks of Unit 2, exterior storage shed door of Unit 8, and wooden fence. Fence repairs and replacements of over 16 feet will require a permit. Please remove all chipping and peeling paint from all areas of property and paint as needed. 2-75.6.6 fire safety requirements. Please call the building division in regard to windows/means of egress that has been sealed for units 7 and 8. 23.2-21 building permits. The property owner failed to secure a building permit. Apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for wooden decking and doors. Complied violations of the property are 2-75.6.2 B4 overgrown landscape. Issued courtesy notice for a violation hearing on 9/12/2024 during the use and occupancy inspection. Reinspected on 1/22/2025, found to be in non-compliance. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/4/2025. Certified mail received on 2/10/2025. Posted at property in City Hall 2/14/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is July 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day. For 2-75.6.6 is the compliance date is April 30th, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by July 2nd, 2025. And that is a bifurcated order for 2-75.6.6.
Okay. Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. I will find property remains in violation as cited, except that compliance has been achieved with 2-75.6.2 parens B parens 4. I will grant the bifurcated relief requested by the city.
Item 26, case number 24-1963, property address of 223 South Palm Way. Property owner is Nicole Garcia, Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 9/12/2024 as a field observation from a use and occupancy inspection. Existing violations 14-32 business license for owner Nicole Garcia. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection for owner Nicole Garcia. 2-75.6.2 general requirements. Please replace all missing light bulbs to include Unit 7. Please replace/repair damaged and missing crawl space/vent guard of Unit 5. Please repair or replace all rotten wood of wooden structure of Unit 3. Please place unit numbers on rear of structure to include Units 1 and 7. 2-75.6.6 fire safety requirements. Please update all fire. Oh, wait, no. That's been complied. Is number 2 of that. Please call the building division at 561-586-1647 in regard to window/means of egress that has been sealed for units 7 and 8. 23.2-21 for building permits. Apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for wooden structure, wooden decking, and doors. 2-75.9 landscape debris. Please remove all landscape debris from all areas of property. And 12-18 trash and debris. Please remove shopping cart from all areas of property to include Unit 5. Issued courtesy notice for violation hearing on 9/12/2024 during the use and occupancy inspection. Reinspected on 1/22/2025, found to be in non-compliance. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/4/2025. Certified mail received on 2/10/2025. Posted at property at City Hall 2/14/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025. Found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violation. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is July 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day, except 2-75.6.6, which will be compliance date of 4/30/2025 recommendation, or fine $75 per day. Administrative cost $425.29 to be paid by July 2nd, 2025.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. I will find property remains in violation as cited and grant the relief requested by the city. This is bifurcated as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to page 8 of the agenda, item number 30, case number 25-66, property address of 505 South Federal Highway. Property owner is Roger L. Stepp, Senior Estate, Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 1/13/2025 as a Fire Department complaint. Existing violations are 12-17 garbage cans in public view, 12-18 trash and debris. Please remove all trash and debris from the property perimeter. 2-7 5.6.2 general requirements. Please repair all damaged or rotten wood of fascia of main structure. 2-7 5.9 landscape debris. Maintain all landscaping to minimize property damage and public safety hazards, including removal of dead or decaying plant material. 23.4-4 fences, walls, and gates. Please repair all damaged areas of wooden fence. Property permit will be required for repairs or replacements of over 16 feet. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 1/21/2025. Certified mail received on 2/24/2025. Post at property and at City Hall 1/29/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025. Found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation time is May 28th, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative cost $425.29 to be paid by May 28th, 2025.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice. The notice documents contained in the file will find property remains in violation as cited and grant the relief requested.
Page 9 of the agenda, item 31, case number 25-204, property address of 315 North K Street. Property owner is Ori Am LLC, Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. Case was initiated on 2/5/2025 as an internal code complaint. Existing violations are 12-18 trash and debris, 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Ori M LLC. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Ori M LLC. Complied violations are 2-7 5.6.2 general requirements. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/18/2025. Certified mail received on 2/27/2025. Posted at property and at City Hall 3/11/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025. Found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation time is May 28th, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative cost $425.29 to be paid by May 28th, 2025.
Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Will find property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with 2-75.6.2, and I'll grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 32, case number 25-224, property address of 101 South Gulfview Road, number 12. Property owner is SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC, Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. Case was initiated on 2/6/2025 as a internal business license complaint. Existing violations are 2-7 5.6.2 general requirements. Please repair all damaged and rotten wood of door frame. Permit may be needed. Call the building division. 14-32 business license for owner SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection for owner SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/18/2025. Certified mail received on 2/28/2025. Posted at property at City Hall 3/3/2025. Last reinspection was on 4/22/2025. Found to be non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violation. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is July 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by July 2nd, 2025.
Respondent is not present, but city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. I find property remains in violation as cited and grant the relief requested by the city.
We're going to go to page 29 of the agenda. Item number 125, case number 24-1653. Property address of 525 21st Avenue North. Property owner is Glenford Gomes and Abigail Gomes, Officer Bryant, and this is a request by the city to vacate a previous order.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The city has requested to vacate the order finding violation and assessing fine and claim of lien recorded at Official Records Book 35460 at pages 1746 through 1747 and filed on 12/26/2024.
That is granted.
Okay, we're going to go to page 2 of the agenda. Item number 6, case number 23-858. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 1901 Florida Street. Property owner is 1901 Florida Street, Inc., Officer Dale, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Was that 23-859?
No, 858, the 1901 Florida Street.
Gotcha.
No.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach has entered into a stipulated agreement with the property owners, 1905 Florida Street, Inc. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1905 Florida Street in Lake Worth Beach. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $34,275, and the owner agrees to pay $3,427.50 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $3,427.50, and the owner agrees to make payment by June 23rd, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $34,275 shall be reinstated.
All right, I have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. It's been reviewed. It's in proper form and approved.
Item 7, case number 23-859. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 1905 Florida Street. Property owner is 1905 Florida Street, Inc., Officer Dale, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach has entered into a stipulated agreement with the property owners, 1901 Florida Street, Inc. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1901 Florida Street in Lake Worth Beach. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $34,275, and the owner agrees to pay $3,427.50 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $3,427.50, and the owner agrees to make payment by June 23rd, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $34,275 shall be reinstated.
The stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file, I've reviewed it. It's in proper form and approved.
We're going to go to page 15 of the agenda. Item number 61, case number 24-1942. Property address is 620 North E Street. Property owner is Mary E. and James F. Clem, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This case was initiated as a citizen's complaint on September 11, 2024. Existing violations are 2-75.6.2, where the dirt buildup needs to be removed from the driveway. All other violations have been complied or resolved. Issue courtesy notice for violation via door hanger on September 13, 2024, with a date for correction of October 14, 2024, and the owner was referred to Healthier Lake Worth Beach for assistance. The property was re-inspected on November 26, 2024. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on January 29, 2025, and the certified mail was unclaimed and being returned to the sender. However, the property was posted at the Property and City Hall on January 30th, 2025. This case has been administratively postponed from January 29, 2025 till April 24, 2025. The last reinspection was on March 25th, 2025, and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is May 27, 2025, with a $50 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27, 2025.
All right, respondent is not present. However, the city has proper notice with the documents contained in the file. In this case, based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property has complied with everything in the, or resolved everything in the original notice, except for City Code 2-75.6.2 regarding the driveway, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 62, case number 24-2340, property address of 615 North East Street. Property owner is David Michael Raffaelli, Officer Dale.
Thank you.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This case was initiated as a field observation on October 24th, 2024. Existing violations are 2-75.6.2. There was an expired window permit number 211498, missing house numbers on the structure, chipping, peeling, faded paint on the property, to include the window frames, the driveway, the concrete walkways, and the porch areas. There was an issue courtesy notice for violation via door hanger number 14824, with a date for correction of November 25th, 2024, and the property is re-inspected on April 14th, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on January 6th, 2025, and the certified mail was returned. However, the property was posted at the Property and City Hall on January 8th, 2025. The last reinspection was on April 21st, 2025, and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had any personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is May 27, 2025, with a $50 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27, 2025.
Okay, respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Fine property remains in violation of City Code 2-75.6.2 and grant the relief requested.
Page 16, item 64, case number 25-168, property address of 1740 Second Avenue North, Unit 106. Property owner is Sean R. Mazel, Officer Dale.
That was 106, correct?
Yes. Nope, 10,
No.
yes, 106, 25-168.
Oh, yes. Oh, I see. Okay, 106 and then 103 is the,
Do you want me to call that one now? too?
yeah.
Okay, item 65, case number 25-169, property address of 1740 Second Avenue North, Unit 103. Property owner is Sean R. Mazel, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. This is for case number 25-0168, which has been read into the record along with the owner's address and name. This case was initiated on January 31st, 2025. Existing violations are 23.2-21 for no permit in the system for the installation of a new window. To date, no permit application has been submitted. The property was re-inspected on April 14th, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 4th, 2025, and the certified mail was delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on February 5th, 2025. The last reinspection was done on April 21st, 2025, and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is May 27, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27, 2025.
All right, and that was for 106. Respondent is not present. City has proper notice. Property remains in violation as cited. Relief requested is granted.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This is for case number 25-0169. This case was initiated on January 31st, 2025. Existing violations are 23.2-21, no permit for the new installation of a window, and to date, no permit application has been submitted. The property was re-inspected on April 14th, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 4th, 2025, and the certified mail was delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on February 5th, 2025. The last reinspection was on April 21st, 2025, and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is May 27, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27.
Same thing, respondent is not present, same respondent as the last case. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Find the property remains in violation as cited and grant the relief requested.
Item 66, case number 25-358, property address of 619 North F Street. Property owner is YTD Enterprises LLC. Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This case was initiated on February 13, 2025 as a business license audit. The existing violations are 14-32, no use in occupancy. No active business license. 1435, no use in occupancy inspection. 2-75.6.2, missing house numbers, damage, chipping, peeling paint on the fascia in the rear, dirt buildup on the property. 23.4-10A3, vehicles parked on the landscape. 23.4-4, wooden fence in disrepair. And 23.6-1, bare dirt areas in the landscape. The property was re-inspected on April 14, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 24, 2025, and the certified mail was delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on February 26, 2025, and the last re-inspection was conducted on April 21st, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had no personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is May 27, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27, 2025.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing. City has proper notice. Based on the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, and the relief requested by the city is granted.
Going to the very last page, page 30, item 127, case number 25-50. This is a request by the city to vacate a previous order at 617 North A Street. Property owner is Stephen Gold. Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. The city has requested to vacate the order finding violation and assessing fine and claim of lien recorded in Official Records Book 35-685, page 545 to 547, and filed April 17, 2025.
Granted.
Okay, now we are.
What? Oh, no.
All right. We are going to go to page 20, item number 84, case number 25-220, property address of 1808 Hillcrest Avenue. Property owner is Melina Osmel and Rodolfo Herrera. Supervisor Hicks.
Bobby Hicks, City Lake Worth Beach. Case number, owner's name, and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 6th of 2025. The existing violations are 23.2-1. The property owner failed to secure a building permit for extending the driveway. All of the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on February 10th of 2025. Certified mail was delivered via United States Parcel Service and left with individual on February 13th of 2025. Property was also posted on February 11th, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on April 23rd of 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. I did have personal contact with the property owners. The city's recommendation time for compliance is May 27th of 2025, or fines of $50 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025. The owner did submit a permit on 3/11 and was disapproved and has not yet resubmitted. The disapproval notes are also in the file.
This for that little piece of.
That little strip on the side from the street all the way up to the,
Is that going to get approved?
I don't know.
I don't know. It looks kind of, I don't know why. It just doesn't look right. Anyway. City has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present at today's hearing. I will find property remains in violation of 23.2-21 regarding the building permit. Find compliance with all other code sections that were originally cited and grant the relief requested.
Item 85, case number 25-298, property address of 110 Cleveland Street. Property owner is Jing Chang and Leonard Hornstein. Supervisor Hicks.
Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. Case number, owner's name, and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 13th, 2025 as a complaint. Existing violations are 12-17. Please remove garbage cans from view. 12-18, please remove all trash and debris from property perimeter. 14-32, please obtain the City of Lake Worth Beach business license for the owner. 14-35, please contact Code Division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for the owner. 2-75.6.2, unit numbers shall be a minimum of 4 inches high on all units. Remove all dirt and mildew from all walkways, patios, walls, etc. Please replace all missing glass/jalousie windows on all structures on property. 2-75.6.6, please remove all tape from windows on all structures on property. Please replace all expired fire extinguishers and broken extinguisher containers on property. 23.4-19, please remove all outdoor storage from carport and all porches. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 13th, 2025. Certified mail returned to sender unclaimed, unable to forward on 4/1 of 2025. Posted to property in City Hall on February 18th on 2025. Last reinspection was on April 23rd of 2025. Properties have been taken to show the violations. I did not have any contact with any property owner or management. City's recommendation time is April 29th, 2025 for the life, health, safety violations, and May 27th for the remaining violations, or $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025.
Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with 23.4-10 parens A3. I will grant the relief requested, which is bifurcated.
Item 86, case number 25-304, property address of 1201 Barnett Drive. Property owner is Qualcomm 6 LLC. Supervisor Hicks.
Case number, owner's name, and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 13th of 2025. Existing violations are 14-32. Please obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for the owner and tenant, Bell South Communications. 14-35, please contact Code Division and schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for the owner and the tenant, Bell South Communications. Inspection was conducted on 3/18/2025 for both owner and tenant and was disapproved, and the notes are attached. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on February 13th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered via United States Parcel Service, left with individual on February 20th of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on April 23rd of 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken to show the violations. I did have personal contact with the property maintenance gentleman during the use and occupancy only. No other communications have been done since then. City's recommendation time for compliance is June 26th of 2025, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 26th, 2025.
Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Property remains in violation as cited and relief requested is granted.
Item 89, case number 25-393, property address of 1827 Ramsey Drive. Property address is FKHSFR Propco B Holdings LLP. Supervisor Hicks.
Case number, owner's name, and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 19th, 2025. The existing violations are, please contact City of Lake Worth Beach to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection. Please apply and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license under 1432. 1435, please contact Code Division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection. Those are the only two existing violations. All of the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 10th of 2025. Certified mail was delivered on March 14th of 2025. Last re-inspection on the property was April 23rd of 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact via email was with the property management company. City's recommendation time is May 27th of 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025.
All right. Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Property remains in violation of City Codes 1432 and 1435, but has complied with all other code sections originally cited. Relief requested by the city's granted.
Page 22, item number 91, case number 25-542, property address of 612 Barber Avenue. Property owner is Miguel A. Santelices, Supervisor Hicks.
Case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on March 4th of 2025. Existing violations are 12-18, trash and debris. 14-32, please apply and obtain the City of Lake Worth Beach business license for the owner, Miguel Santillis. 14-35, please contact Code Division and schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection. 2-75.6.2, please remove all dirt, mildew from driveway and all walkways. 2-75.6.2B4, overgrown landscaping. And the other violation has been complied, 23.4-10A3. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 6th of 2025. Certified mail was delivered and picked up at the postal facility on March 11th, 2025. Last reinspection was on April 23rd of 2025. Photographs have been taken showing the violations. I did not have any personal contact with the owner, only the tenant. City's recommendation time for compliance is May 27th of 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by May 27th, 2025.
Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Find the property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with 23.4-10 parens A3. Grant the relief requested by the city. I think that was the last outstanding case. Is there anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn? 1:07 p.m. Having concluded our business, we are adjourned.